And good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the interview room. Is your phone blowing up like mine? I don't know about you. Let's see here. Let's get some folks in here. Wow is right. Wow. Let's see who's on board here. NHL Pens, great to see you, Laura. Glad you're sorry about this. This was literally spontaneous. I just got back from the doctor's office and, got a good, clean bill of health. And long story short, my phone just lights up. And Josh from the lab reaches out and he says, "Hey, did you just hear?" And I'm like, "Hear what?" And he goes, "Kohberger's taking the deal." And I said, called it. I knew once they ran out of all the stuff, there is literally no other place to go. So let's see what we've got here, everybody. I'm trying to dive in here, get onto the 411. Bryan Kohberger accepts plea deal in Idaho college murder case. News Nation reports sources confirm the prosecution has postponed dropping the death penalty. A court hearing for a change of plea will be on Wednesday. And he now will plead guilty to the 4 homicides. The Sun, which is an England, in the UK publication. Let's see here. Kohberger will now plead guilty to the brutal killing of 4 Idaho students at their house. This is big. Court TV seems shocked as well. I'm not. You guys know, you've been with me from the beginning of this thing. I'm not shocked. I just feel just so grateful for the families that they're not going to have to go through this. And then, of course, yesterday, what we were talking about as a TIR family here, this is actually a home run for the families, for the victims, for everybody. Now, here's going to be my prediction again now, is now that he's going to go through this, he's going to open up the door for all kinds of interviews, conversations, et cetera. And he's going to create his own celebrity. That's what he's wanted for quite some time. So, let's see here. Marianne says he's a coward. Allison, not expecting this. Let me go up and get some of your comments here while we got people coming in. Julia says, yay. Great surprise, Misty. Triggered, love, wow. Shaker Maker, I just tweeted Dr. Gary in shock. Laura, unbelievable. Kohberger pleads out. Wow. From Nancy H. Kayla. This is crazy news. Udabelli. Great emojis. What, Jory? Christy. Hi, friends. Hi, Christy. Lisa, Leslie, Lori Joe, wow. I know this is like, holy cow. What else we got going? Let me find another source here so we can make sure we're on track here. Okay, 18 minutes ago, everybody's pulling it here. Everybody's pulling it. This is literally 12 minutes old. Here's one here. Idaho student murders. This is Fox. CNN's got it. MSNBC, Fox. Idaho student murder suspect Kohberger has accepted a plea deal to spare his life in exchange for a guilty plea in the murders of the 4 University of Idaho students, 2 sources close to the case told Fox News Digital. So he must have signed the paperwork. Must have signed it because people are talking. It just goes down to break it down a little bit more. Let me see. I want to check one other source. All indications, though, folks, it looks like this could be the real deal. Let me pull one more. Okay, there's nothing on his the court's docket. He's got notice to seal, objection file, and that was this morning. So he must have just pulled this afternoon. He must have just pulled this afternoon because this is the only other piece of information on the docket here. Court TV, Lisa says, Court TV just went on the record as well. Let's see here. Wrong number. I hope the judge doesn't let him take the deal. Well, yeah, I don't see that happening, but that's an interesting thought. Wolfie, wow. Ann Taylor won't get to keep her huge salary. Just peachy. They'll get him. Yeah. Yeah. Typically, yes. Ash, this is a great question. Thank you for asking this question. Most of the time in something obviously this serious, the DA will confer with the family and get their sign off that, yes, in fact, they're good with this. So that is a great question. And let's see here. News Nation has it here. Let me see if they had some video on this. Let's see what we got here. Oh, here it is. Video. Let's see, guys. Let's see what we got. Let's go here. Press that. Here we go.
State of Idaho once again, but on a different story, as News Nation has just learned that the accused killer, Bryan Kohberger, accepted a plea deal. Yeah, a plea deal was offered. He has accepted the deal. Sources are confirming that prosecutors proposed dropping the death penalty. That was the deal in exchange for Kohberger pleading guilty to committing 4 murders and pleading guilty to burglary as well. So guilty plea in exchange for no death penalty. Now, the background on this story, you'll remember he's accused of killing those 4 University of Idaho students at their home. It was back in November of 2022. Sources say Kohberger must also agree to spend the rest of his life in prison without any possibility of parole. So jail for life, no parole. But again, no death penalty. Must waive his right to appeal as part of this as well. Plea deal has been accepted. A court hearing for a change of plea will take place on Wednesday, so in 2 days. So this is just breaking. They'll be covering it in more detail tonight on Elizabeth Vargas Reports and also on Banfield. One of many big stories we're covering. Now,
yeah, so it's game on. He took the deal. And now Maui has some intel here that says the G said it's true and they're furious. Okay, so yeah, that's we'll have to reach out and find out what's going on there for sure. Let's see here. Let me find some more. If there's any other video on this. News Nation reporter, Bryan Enten. Okay, so let me show you guys this. Yeah, this is just coming in literally within the last 10, 15 minutes. So Bryan Enten, I've learned Bryan Kohberger has accepted a plea deal. Sources confirm the prosecution has proposed dropping the death penalty in exchange for Kohberger pleading guilty to committing the 4 murders and serving life. More details soon. And that was at 2:41 p.m., so less than an hour ago. Less than an hour ago. So now here's the potentially some of the challenges. If he's not already signed off, right? If he's not already signed off, then we're still on thin ice. And I don't want to get ahead of him, meaning ahead of the system or anything, but until he signs that piece of paper and his defense attorney signed that plea deal and the prosecution signs that plea deal, right now he's saying, I'll take the deal. So, within the last couple of weeks, what's probably been happening behind the scenes is they've been talking to him and say, look, here's the deal. If this judge shoots down, which he did Friday, if this judge shoots down this last chance, you're done. And it's going to go to trial. All this stuff's going to come out. Now, 2 things are going to happen. The defense will probably argue, that he'll take the deal, but there's going to be stipulations in relationship to, some of the evidence. They're going to argue that a lot of the photographs, a lot of the other stuff, be permanently sealed and or destroyed, which is going to be a problem for them because we already know there's evidence out there that says, hey, there's all these photographs, et cetera. Dateline has it. There is more information that's going to be out there. I guarantee it. That's going to be out there. All of that's going to show up when he takes the deal. And when it does show up, it's going to be horrific back towards the families. And unfortunately, everybody knows, how it works, and it will show up. All that additional information is going to show up into the court of public opinion. And unfortunately, it will be problematic and for the families because they won't be able to control it. So, we'll be responsible here on this channel and not show any of that type of stuff. But I just worry about the crime scene photos, all of that information, the autopsy photos. If this first information leaked, there are going to be people that will leak it to other sources, and it will be really, really terrible. And Kabling, like you just said here, what a pile of putting the families through this now. Oh, by the way, yep, I did it. Yeah. Yeah. And when he gets to the joint, he's going to realize that you know, these inmates, they're gonna put him through the system. What I mean by that is, you know, socks full of bars of soap, and they're going to do some public relations, and it's called pound and release, PR. So he, you know, it's a plus and minus. I think the families, obviously, Kaylee and Maddie's families, they may not agree. I think Ethan's family wants it over with, and I think Xana's family wants to move on. So today was a really fascinating day because we had some witnesses push back on the defense, and this may have also swayed why. Hang on for a minute. Karen's asking for something. Okay, the families made a statement. Let me try to find that. Karen just told me. Thanks for your patience, guys. She's working hard in the background trying to get us up to date here. Hang on, I'm trying to get the link.
Check your phone.
Oh, check my phone. Okay, hang on. All right. Thanks for your patience, guys. Let me run this up here. Okay. Oh, by the way, while we're waiting for this, will I pull it up? My sweetheart. She's the best. She even got us. Look at this, guys, while we're waiting. Bears, new booking photo. Oh, this guy's next. This will be the next one. Okay. I need to get to the family page here while we're waiting. My phone is just going nuts. Okay, so this was just posted by Christy and Steve. So let's see what they are saying about this. All right. Okay, it's true. So I'm going to read verbatim. It says, it's true. We are beyond furious at the state of Idaho. They've failed us. Please give us some time. This was very unexpected. We appreciate all your love and support. Okay, so to answer that question, I need to correct myself then and apologize that I got it wrong, that I suspect they talked to the family. I mean, if they didn't talk to the family, that's crazy. If they did and they said no and they went along with it anyway, then yeah, that's a state decision. That's the state of Idaho made that decision. Yeah. Well, that's what the family's thinking right now. Let me see if there's other stuff out here. you know, waiting 3 years for all this to come out. And lo and behold, you know, that clown. Well, I mean, guys, we called it, right? All of us right here. Does that mean he admitted it? Yes, he'll have to plead. What will happen in the hearing, and there will be a hearing on Wednesday, and we'll cover it here. So make sure everybody will stay ahead of this thing. Let's see, your court TV's got something up right now. Breaking news. Let's see what they say.
Big breaking news in the Idaho student murders case of Bryan Kohberger. According to ABC News, in a shocking turn of events, Bryan Kohberger appears to have accepted a plea deal. Now, sources confirm the prosecution has proposed dropping the death penalty in exchange for Kohberger pleading guilty to committing the 4 murders and pleading guilty to the burglary charge. Kohberger must also agree to spend the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole and must waive his right to appeal. All right, Kelly Craft was reporting live from Manhattan previously. I definitely want to thank her. We'll have more information on what's going on out there in Idaho. As soon as it comes into our newsroom, we will let you know.
Okay, so this is obviously a story that is cooking here. Everybody's on it, but it looks like he did it. He did it. He took the deal. And now here's the most interesting thing: is he cannot rescind it, and he can't ask for an appeal. So that's going to be part of the stipulation within the plea deal. So the state said, "Hey, you're going to take this deal. If you do, we'll pull the death penalty off of the table. And oh, by the way, as part of it, you not only have to, we'll take the death penalty off the table, but you also have to waive your right to an appeal to the appellate court, i.e., he can't change his mind and he can't get a group of attorneys to file appeals to the appellate court. So if he says, I take the deal, I'm in this for 25 to life, and then he's there, he's done. So there will be no trial if in this hearing on Wednesday, he sticks to that deal. Now, here's like we were just talking about a couple of minutes ago, guys. He can still back out. I've seen defendants, play this game where, this is almost like re-torturing the family. And he could pull the wool over everybody's eyes and say, see, I told you. But now here's the challenge now. Because he's accepted in theory right now, and it's coming out into the court of public opinion, he would be stupid at this point to go to trial. Because talk about trying to find jurors, who weren't aware of it, but now this is going to blow up like we're all seeing here in the next, within 15 minutes, this hit the wire as one of the biggest stories probably in the country, at least in North America. And so, yeah, I do too. Just peachy. Thank you, Shelley. And what's been interesting is we have to wake up, as Wake Up says, after all this time and shenanigans. Yeah. But that's his personality, right? I tell you what, I would love an opportunity to go sit down with this guy, with Dr. Brucato, and kind of get into his head. But here's going to be my prediction. He knows that Dr. Ramsland, his old professor, was really close to Dennis Rader. He's going to open that door for her to come in, and they'll create a conversation for quite some time. I know I'm saying that now, but you mark my words, at some point that, you know, there's going to be more to come. And there will be, Linda. And thank you so much for your kindness and these kind words. This is not over by any means, shape, or form. Now, Bryan Kohberger is going to see himself at the same level of a Ted Bundy, with one difference. He's not going to die. So for the next 40 years in prison, Bryan Kohberger will become the next Charlie Manson in terms of celebrity status. They'll lock him up in protective custody. They'll keep him around. There will be, you know, to your point, jabberwocky, no parole, not ever, no appeals. He won't last long. Yeah, I know, right? What time Wednesday? I'm not sure exactly yet, Crystal, but Karen and I will post it on our community page as soon as we get that information. So as we've been saying from the very beginning, you know, if they got their guy and this is him, man, I've been biased anyway. I mean, you guys all know that. My phone is lighting up. I just had some people give some okay. Sorry, guys. At the same time, right? Like you, I was in total shock. Karen, you know, Josh calls me, and then Karen writes in, you know, so have you seen this? And I'm like, no, and we just pulled up Barry's photo because we were chasing down Barry. He just got moved back to Alamosa County Jail in Colorado, and so we just pulled up his new booking photo, and then this thing came. You know, but remember everything that we've talked about his personality and about him as a suspect. Is this idea that, you know, he was a coward from the dark. Let me see if I can get Gary on board here for a minute. Hang on, let me send Gary the link, see if he's available. Gary's just chiming in here. I'm coaxing him on, guys. Hang on for a minute. Dr. Brucato is amazing. Yeah, you know what? I agree with you. I don't know if he's going to give the family an explanation. But if I was a betting man right now, I'd put $1,000 that he's going to take this fame and notoriety as long and as far as it will take him. The challenge for him is a lot of the other inmates are not going to like that. And they're going to put him through the ringer. Yeah, Heather, I mean, I'm not necessarily in shock. I'm surprised that it came so quickly. I hope not as well, Marilyn. I don't know what the laws are in Idaho of whether or not he can. So I have to do a little more research on that. Lisa Hurt, I hope Hitler rejects it. I don't see Hippler rejecting it. And here's the only reason. Remember early on, he was not real excited to be on this case in the first place. And so he wanted to get this thing moving. And so I don't see him coming up and saying, you know what, I want to keep this thing wide open. I think he's going to accept the LWOP, life without the possibility of parole. As in the P zone says, he won't be stargazing. I know, right? And yes, not yet, LRR, not just yet, but it will be soon. It will definitely be soon. So once he signs that paperwork on Wednesday, expect everything to blow up 100% in terms of folks talking. And I guarantee you a lot of those photographs are going to be flowing into the public arena. And guess what, guys? Here's going to be my prediction. We're going to be blown away by the type of information that we learn that the prosecution had. The judge, he can refuse the deal, but it's highly unlikely he will. And which just goes towards everything that we were talking about. The fact that, you know, he is a coward, like Claude says here. The DoorDash gal will not have to testify. And I'm waiting for, yes. And he was studying him as well, by the way. Yeah. That was also one of his idols, but Bundy more so than SOS. There's going to be a lot of information coming out. Let's see here. Thank you, Courtney. Did they ever say anything about the IDs they found in the home in Pennsylvania? Not yet that we are aware of. But that's the type of information that's going to be flowing. Here is the family's position. 35 minutes ago, it's true, we are beyond furious at the state of Idaho. They have failed us. Please give us some time. This was very unexpected. We appreciate all your love and all your support. So, yeah, the family, Steve and Christy, are not happy. Thank you, Lou. Let's see here. Didn't see this coming. Was justice served? And where are all the pro burgers now? Yeah, right. That's a great comment. Motivational living. Thank you for your super chat as well. Eagles, stars, and stripes. Family should always have a say in plea deals, in my opinion. I can't disagree with that at all. Every case that I've ever been involved in where they're going to plead out, the DAs went right to them first. Do you know if it has to allocate in open court? Yes, it has to go to open court. He has to now, we're going to hear him speak on Wednesday. This will be the time the judge is going to say, you know, Mr. Kohberger, what say you? We know what the state says. We know what your attorney says. And the judge is going to read what he is pleading to. So he's going to read each of the counts, the 4 counts of murder, and then the burglary, which is the intent to enter the building to commit a felony. That's why they charged him with burglary. And so, yes, we're going to hear that in open court, where the court's going to read that off there. So we'll, and by the way, he's going to look at Bryan Kohberger and say, you know, in count 1, you know, Maddie, and he's going to read the charge and he's going to say, did you commit that crime and how do you plead? And the judge is going to say, yes, right? Meaning Kohberger's going to have to say, yes, I did that. The judge may ask, how did you do that? And so we may hear him out of his own mouth, like we did Dennis Rader, where Dennis Rader called it a project. Okay? We may be able to get a little bit deeper into his mindset. And that in of itself will probably blow away a lot of people. It'll probably, set them back mentally who have been supporting him for quite some time. Little Mama, in Idaho's felony system, in serious felony case, particularly those involving plea agreements, avoiding the death penalty, the court typically requires allocation. The defendant must describe in open court what they did. There you go. That's exactly what we were just talking about. Thank you, Mama, for that. And thank you for your kindness and your donation. What a great day this is, even though he is a coward, but we all knew that was coming. We all knew that was coming. No appeal as part of the deal. Let's see what else we got coming. I'm surfing over here trying to find additional information that's coming out. If we've got any video on this yet. Twitter's exploding. The New York Post has it now. 34 minutes ago, KMO. 39 minutes ago. As you guys know, it's everywhere right now. Let's see if we can get this. Last minute deal rocks murder. Let's go to the Post here, see what they say. Okay, stand by. Let's see here. Bryan Kohberger has reportedly accepted a plea deal agreeing to cop to the various murders of 4 University of Idaho undergrads in 2022. The deal will make Kohberger safe from the death penalty. Hang on. Let me share that. But he must plead guilty to the 4 murders and waive his right to appeal. He will serve life in prison without the possibility of parole. The deal is a shocking twist in a hard-fought case in which prosecutors accused Kohberger of sneaking into the rental home in nearby Moscow, Idaho, and fatally stabbing Ethan, Xana, Madison, and Kaylee. So yeah, it's game on. It's real time here. It's real time for Bryan Kohberger. Let's see what else we got. Thank you, CSM. And while we're waiting for additional information to come up on that, let me also show you one other piece of breaking news today. It's been a busy day for everybody, but we've also got information that Barry was just booked into the Colorado jail, and this is his latest booking photo. So we got a double whammy here. We got Bryan Kohberger on one side of the pendulum saying, yeah, okay, I did it, which is going to blow the minds of a lot of people. And hopefully, again, like we talked about last night, where I asked people that they dig deep inside themselves and really reflect on how much hate and discontent was thrown out at the family and these other people. So now that Bryan's stepping up and saying he did it, I'm sure there's going to be the naysayers that are going to say, oh, well, he was coerced into saying it, right? But now we have Bear here, as Miss Linda at It's a Crime calls him. Notice he has a little noggin a little boo-boo over his left eye. Looks like he may have met with some public relations in the county system in Arizona. It looks like it's drying up. Maybe they face planted him when they took him down, as we used to call that, right? Public relations. And, you know, we always are here to serve as law enforcement. And so Bear's got a little boo-boo over his left eye. As Jody says, Bear got a boo-boo. And so we've got, hey, remember Yogi Bear, and now we've got boo-boo, right? Get a picnic basket. You know, we can't make this stuff up with these guys. Job security for law enforcement out there, the court system, they don't ever have to worry about anything. But let me take it back to this page real fast if you've just joined us and show what you do.
Folks, we have big breaking news in the Idaho student murders case of Bryan Kohberger. According to ABC News, in a shocking turn of events, Bryan Kohberger appears to have accepted a plea deal. Now, sources confirm the prosecution has proposed dropping the death penalty in exchange for Kohberger pleading guilty to committing the 4 murders and pleading guilty to the burglary charge. Kohberger must also agree to spend the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole and must waive his right to appeal. All right, Kelly Craft was reporting live from Manhattan previously. I definitely want to thank her. We'll have more information on what's going on out there in Idaho. As soon as it comes into our newsroom, we will let you know.
Okay, so let me search around to see if I can find anything more while I'm doing that. Let's enjoy this dirt bag here and the next. He's going to be the next one to fall. He's going to be the next one to fall. Let me see if I can find anything new. We've got the P. Diddy, the verdict watch on that. Trying to get hold of Gary. I think he may be with a patient. Okay, we have a press release. Is this from the court, honey? Okay, let's see here. Okay, guys, we've got, wait a minute. Okay, Gary, excuse me. I'm trying to get hold of Gary, guys. Let me send this over to him. I think he's with a client. So hang on. Because he's not, he hit me up on a text, but I got to get him in here to get his assessment of what's going on here as well. I know we're all going to want to hear it. Okay. Okay, I just sent it to Gary, so let's see if he jumps in. And the other side of this, okay, I'm sorry, guys. I appreciate your patience on this here. We've got Gary. Hopefully he can make it. Let me get over here. So this is for Barry while we're waiting. He's got a hearing. Here's the grand jury indictment. I'll pull that stuff up here in a little bit. But they basically, they sent him down the river for 4 counts, or excuse me, for Suzanne. And then we got 4 counts over here on Kohberger 12 minutes ago. Fox, pull this up. This is happening in real time. If I can get Dr. Brucato on here, waiting for him to respond. I think he's with a patient.
Suspect in the Idaho student murders case, Bryan Kohberger, has reached a plea deal and will
It's
plead
official.
guilty. National correspondent Jeff Paul has the latest. Jeff, what do we know so far?
Well, yeah, Brett, jury selection was supposed to start in August, but now that obviously goes away with this development. According to FoxNews.com, Bryan Kohberger has accepted a plea to spare his life in exchange for a guilty plea for all 4 murders involving the University of Idaho students who were killed. We know the families of all 4 victims who were killed are aware and are being kept in the loop regarding this plea deal. But according to the Kaylee Gonclave's family Facebook page, they say it's true. They are beyond furious at the state of Idaho, saying they failed us. Now, Kohberger was accused of fatally stabbing 4 University of Idaho students back in November of 2022. They were Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonclaves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. You see them there right on your screen. The killing stunned the small community of Moscow, Idaho, where the murder there hadn't taken place since 2015. Investigators said at the time the killer had entered a house where the group of students lived. 2 surviving roommates had returned home later at that house to find the scene. Kohberger came into the picture after investigators received hundreds of tips, one of them being a particular car that had been seen at that house through security camera footage. Eventually, their investigation led them to Bryan Kohberger, a 28-year-old criminology student at Washington State University. Police were able to track his phone heading to Moscow before the attack. Now, obviously, with this plea deal, it does really 2 things. It guarantees a guilty verdict and that Kohberger will spend the rest of his life in prison, but it also relieves the family and the community of what was expected, Brett, to be a very, very lengthy trial. Brett?
Okay, Jeff, thank you.
So it's everywhere right now. Let's run this down here. Hang on. Let me get off that page. I'm waiting for Gary to respond. Hopefully he jumps in here in a couple of minutes. Let's go back to Court TV, what they said.
Folks, we have big breaking news in the Idaho student murders case of Bryan Kohberger. According to ABC News, in a shocking turn of events, Bryan Kohberger appears to have accepted a plea deal. Now, sources confirm the prosecution has proposed dropping the death penalty in exchange for Kohberger pleading guilty to committing the 4 murders and pleading guilty to the burglary charge, Kohberger must also agree to spend the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole and must waive his right to appeal. All right, Kelly Craft was reporting live from Manhattan previously. I definitely want to thank her. We'll have more information on what's going on out there in Idaho. As soon as it comes into our newsroom, we will let you know.
Okay, so Dr. Brucato just responded, says he's with patients. He'll be available in 15 minutes. So awesome. So everybody, we'll just hang on here for a little bit. Dr. Gary will be here in 15 minutes. And let's see here. Thank you, Surfish. And let me see if I get a couple more friends to come up to talk about this one. Just texting folks. Yeah, so Gary will be worth the wait, no question about that. He's gonna get the popcorn. Exactly. Get the popcorn. Let's see here. Thank you, Robert. And if you're new to our channel, if you've not hit the subscribe button, I would ask that you do. If you're just watching us for the very first time, that will be very, very interesting to help us out. So, yeah. I've got, yeah, thank you so much for your kindness as well. You guys, Unapproachable Light, you guys make our channel what it is. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here because you are the ones that tune in on Sunday nights, and then obviously stuff like this breaking news information. It's because of you we do this. And for that, we are grateful. And we only ask one thing on this channel, and that is hit that subscribe, that like button, and send it along to your friends. Well, I guess that's three things. So we ask, I guess we ask for three things. And we're always grateful for your kindness and your ability to, just be good people to us, and hopefully we're as good to you as you are to us. Let me see if I get another buddy on here. Okay, guys, I'm sending out a bunch of invites. I don't want to tell you who yet, because if they don't show up, I don't want to get ahead of myself. All right. All right, we've got one. Garrett, well, we've got two so far. Gary's coming. Let's see here. Yes, you know what? This is Sandy Sushes. I love it. Yeah, apparently it has hit the family right here. Right. The one thing about families is they have every right to feel this way. None of us know what they're experiencing right now. And they feel that they weren't consulted appropriately. So the judge, not that I'm aware of, the judge won't sign the deal until Mr. Kohberger appears in the courtroom on Wednesday evening. So I've got a couple of friends that are going to join us. me see. Dr. Brucato. I've got another good buddy that you all love. Hopefully going to be able to jump in. Yeah, what do you guys think about how long he's going to last in prison? What say you? I think somebody's going to give him the rope-a-dope. Right? You know what they do in the joint, right? They throw bars of soap into stocks, and then they beat the tar out of you. And as Haley says, as Holly says, prison justice. Yeah, May thinks 2 years. Donna doesn't know how much longer he's going to be. They'll eat him alive. Yeah, I know exactly. They're going to have to keep him in PC, right? Into protective custody. Half a second. He's still trying to control the case, Gina. Okay. Okay, I've got a bunch of folks coming up here, friends. We got Dr. Brucato. Just to let you know, I've got Jeff Wood. He's going to be jumping in here in a minute. Josh from Courtroom Confidential is going to weigh in from his prosecutorial experience. So this is going to be a great show. We're going to get a great show coming together here. And let's see here. Hang on. I just got two other things. Let's see here. We've got Josh.
Hey, can you hear me?
Welcome.
How you doing?
Welcome. Yep,
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Hang on just for a second. Sorry, I'm answering two phones and a computer.
I understand. It's going off.
It is going off. Okay, hang on for a minute. Sorry. Oh man, I feel like a one-armed paper hanger. I love it when these types of things happen. So what do you think, Josh? Weigh in here, buddy. You're the first one here. I've got like 4 people coming in right behind you.
Bittersweet. It'll save a lot of it'll save more turmoil, but it sounds like the family is not too excited about it. Some of the families, and I can understand that as well. You know, plea deals. It seems like the evidence just kept mounting and mounting, and they weren't going to be able to do much with them, you know. And so what ends up happening is, as these things get drawn out, you know, you just saw just the other day, the motion to delay again denied, and I think they feel like they ran out of time.
Totally agree.
Yeah, they didn't have what they needed, I believe, to defend him anymore. And you know, with the DNA and then the new witness that had shown up, and it just seemed like the evidence was getting bigger and bigger, mounting on him. And you know, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, what do you think? I'm curious. How do you feel about it?
Well, I kind of knew it was coming, right? I mean,
Yeah.
in terms of just everything. I mean, the guy. Hang on, just for a second. I'm still trying to spin like 4 plates at the same time.
No problem.
I've got 3 people asking me for the link. And so I'm trying to email them simultaneously.
Do you need me to send one to Dr.
You,
G?
you just run the show here, Josh. You're
All right. Yeah, no problem.
you're
Absolutely.
doing-
No,
you're doing good.
But I got to tell you, to be honest with you, I do find it. I'm surprised that they didn't go over it with the families.
Go to another computer.
Yeah, no
Keep
problem. I'm surprised that they didn't tell the families that it was unexpected. I don't know. I typically I like to go with what the families feel, and a lot of the times the district attorneys or the prosecutors will. And from what I understand, that he has no eligibility for parole. He will not be able to appeal. And I think that I don't know. I mean, I guess this is what's they consider justice. I don't consider it justice because nothing's ever going to bring back the 4 kids, young adults that were killed. I mean, I just don't see what justice could be taken from that. So I don't know. Justice served, I guess, by the terms of the court system, but it doesn't change much when it comes to the families. I know they'll be able to move. They'll be able to try to start to move on. They'll never get over this. This is something that will be a part of their lives forever. There's going to be hard days, birthdays, Christmas, Thanksgiving, all those things. So,
Jeff, sorry, I was just texting you. Sorry. And guys, if you don't know who our guests are so far, we've got Josh from the lab. If you're not subscribed to his channel, get over there. We've got 5,000 people here right now. And we've got Jeff Wood, former FBI, amazing human being, expert in a lot of things, teaches at Boston College. Oh, and in the number 4 slot, Dr. Brucato joins the house.
Look at this group we've got here. Josh
What
and
a
Jeff,
panel.
how you guys doing?
And
Hey,
we all
Good.
we
So
have
we're
one
going
more.
to start the apologies from people who told the family that they that this day wasn't coming, and all the other people who predicted it, or what? I'm waiting for the apology tour to the family.
yeah, good. Yeah, you're going to wait for a while, probably.
And
Yeah.
we've got one other going to show, actually 2 others. We got Karen's going to show.
Good.
And we've got Josh from Courtroom Confidential is going to come on with us from an attorney perspective. But then here's something I need to ask you guys. So I'm going to have to step out for something, okay, in a little bit. But Karen is going to take over the number 1 slot. I'm setting her up in the other room, okay? So unfortunately, I've got something that I have to take care of, and I can't get out of it. It was pre-scheduled. That said, you're going to be in much better hands with my Karen than you are with this, fruitcake anyway. And then as soon as I'm done, I'm going to jump back in, okay, and we'll run from there. And as you see, there she is.
Good.
Man, oh man. Karen, can you hear us, hon?
Hi, Karen.
Hey, Chris, I'm muted and you brought me in. Let me just double check my stuff here.
There, she's not with us right now.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Chris,
hear
can
you.
you hear me?
Hear us? Yes.
Like a Ouija board.
Yeah. Hi, guys.
Yeah.
Hi, how you doing? Listen,
I'm
can
good.
I ask you guys
Hey,
a question
Jeff.
before Chris jumps off? That's rattling around in my brain that I hope we're going to discuss immediately.
Go.
Okay. Now, I work on mitigation cases, right, in the world of forensic psychology. This guy was probably under Atkins going to get spared the death penalty because of the autism diagnosis. So what's the reason for copping a plea? Your life's going to be spared anyway.
Well, it wasn't a guarantee.
Just throwing that out there.
It wasn't a
That doesn't make
guarantee.
any sense. It makes no sense unless there's another motivation.
But Dr. Gary, that wasn't a guarantee, though.
Wasn't a guarantee, but he was diagnosed with autism. They're going to execute him under Atkins. He would have. I'm telling you, it makes me think there's a different justification, more psychological in nature.
What do you think it is, Gary?
Well, I was
Jeff,
going to give an answer for Gary that possible, but I'll let Gary go first.
No. I would love to hear your thoughts. I just think that, I'm telling you, that is rattling around in my brain because I keep thinking the press is making it sound like that's what he gets out of the plea deal. So why? It would have made so much more sense to go the route of, let me take a chance to see if I get away with this, and if I don't, I'll throw the autism thing on the table and get it mitigated. Why do this? And, you know, it's interesting, especially with all this comparison to Bundy and so forth. I have to tell you that I think I have come to believe, you know, if I ever write about this case, I really believe the central reason for the identification with Bundy and so forth is this weird fragmentation of the self and hiding a part of yourself from the world. And now it's out in the open and he could talk about it. It's like the family got the whole story finally of what was going on. Good old Dateline, you know, and he probably says, now it's out in the open. I don't have to live a double life anymore. Now I can talk. And I just think that in a weird way, that's a relief. That's a relief for certain types of people because the character that they identify with is like this grand thing that they're proud of. And now it can be out in the open. So I just think, you know, we had predicted on this show that a plea deal was possible after that info was leaked. And we all said it, Chris, you know, we called it. And the thing is, here it is. And we said, if he does, it'll be boast time. And what they need to do is not give him a microphone.
Do you think
don't let him have that attention? You know what I mean? Because boy, talk about impersonating Bundy. The whole thing of I'm going to exchange juicy information about these cases in exchange for sparing my life. I mean, it's like right out of the Bundy playbook.
But could it be also that he's such a coward that he was scared of being that the death penalty was going to find him and kind of go the Chris Watts route of the situation? Like, because these guys are one and the same now. They have no problem taking lives, but they're scared and they want their lives spared. I'm sure
control.
Yeah, and I'm sure that there is some of that, like, hey, now I can talk, I can tell my story, I can tell, you know, woe is me type, this is why I did this or whatever. But
right. I'm guilty because I said I'm guilty, not because you outsmarted me.
It's on him.
Yeah.
Well, I'm under the impression he has to give a total account of what he did to the prosecutors. Mm-hmm. But here's one thing. You know, I don't know. I agree with everything you're saying, but one thing I don't know is what don't we know of what happened truly in that house?
Right. Oh,
what I'm saying, and what I mean by that is how bad were the murders? We all kind of have a knowledge, right? But I remember in one of our cases, we tried to spare the mom of the victim and downplayed the death. And then in trial, she came and we did everything we could to keep her from coming to the trial. And now we're in trial and she finds out my son was stabbed over 40 times. The knife that was used broke off in his chest as they were stabbing him. They took a rock and smashed his head in. You know, all this extra stuff that never came out in trial, and she's hearing it. And now she's mad at us because we tried to kind of keep it a little, you know, not expose her to the horrific violence that occurred against her son. So,
Yeah.
you know, maybe there's some thought about that here too, that from the prosecution side to save the families. And again, I mean, I think the evidence is extremely strong, but you can look at 3 cases that are going on right now, and you look at Karen Reed, she just got off. And I think there's a lot of public out there, social media that helped. Plus, I mean, the police did make a mistake in a lot of the investigations, which put reasonable doubt in. But look at all the support that I forget his name right now, but the kid who killed the CEO.
Oh,
Luigi Mangione.
Or accused of killing.
Accused of killing, but right, you've got all the support where people are saying, well, that guy deserved to die, right? You know, all these things. I mean, here's a sure win. At the end of the day, it's tough to swallow for the family, but at least there's no wiggle room. There's no
right.
He's pleading guilty,
And it saves appeal too.
But
Go ahead, Josh. They would have tied this up. They would have tied this up with appeals, for ages. So I mean, he can't appeal. He's got to admit to what he did. So I mean, I guess I understand it, but I still understand that the families may feel kind of bamboozled.
Josh Ritter in the house from.
Hi, Josh.
Hi.
Welcome, Josh Ritter from Courtroom Confidential. Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, of course. Thank you for having
with
me.
us.
If you haven't subscribed to Josh's channel, either one, The Lab or Courtroom Confidential, get over there, hit the subscribe button. Everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I wanted to go back to a point Jeff just made but wrap this in a question for Gary. Look, the family has already come out and said on their Facebook page they are furious about this. They were not consulted. How do the 4 families feel like they get justice if this is not going to trial and they aren't going to be able to have an airing of all the evidence and to find out the details?
Well, one of the things that I've been saying from the beginning is that I had said, if this guy is guilty, there's a kind of a controlling, sadistic core to this kind of personality. And I think part of the point is that everybody gets screwed and is left to feel completely shafted and so forth. I mean, the reality is that, I mean, it's like, here's your justice. Have a good day. That kind of thing. There's an insult added to it. And I have to tell you, I don't know what they're thinking, but personally, it would feel to me like an insult. Waiting all these years for what? I mean, they could have had this closure years ago. So I don't know. I mean, I suppose that on the one hand, you think it through and you say, okay, all right, maybe we could put this in the rearview mirror somehow. I don't know how, but maybe we could start to. God only knows how. But at the same time, I mean, don't you guys agree that they would have a right to be furious? I would be.
Yeah. Josh Ritter, I wanted to ask you, can you walk us through what we can expect at Wednesday's hearing about this? Can you just kind of walk us through? We're hoping that there's going to be a live stream from the court on this, as they have with other hearings. But what can we expect to see at that hearing in 2 days?
Yeah, a couple of things, and it's unclear because it's also new and we're getting new reporting and it's not exactly nailed down, but it could be that we hear both the plea and a sentencing hearing on the same day, but they can't separate them. They could on Wednesday just take his plea, have him plead guilty, 4 counts of murder, all of the other aggravating circumstances that they're going to want him to admit to, and then put the sentencing hearing over to a later date. I would imagine that's what they would do, given that you've got family members who don't live local to Boise that are going to have to travel. There are other people who are going to want to be there for that. The family members are going to have an opportunity to speak. His family is going to want to be there for all of that. So just given that that's so quick to put all of that together, I could imagine a scenario where they would have sentencing put over to a later date to just get everyone's thoughts gathered for Wednesday. But if the sentencing hearing is heard on Wednesday, he will plead. The thing that I don't know at this time I'm trying to find out is that in many cases like this, they will take what's called a factual basis plea. I don't know if you guys have already talked about that, but that is where they have the defendant admit to certain facts, admit to having gone in the home, admit to having stabbed certain people. It may even be, I've been a part of factual basis where they write out an entire narrative between the prosecution and the defense that he admits to, and that is read in court. Because I know a big thing about why the family is so, or at least some of the families are so upset by this, is they wanted answers. They wanted to know, what did their children go through in those final moments? They wanted to know why were they targeted? All of these things, I imagine, could be part of a factual basis plea. So if that is part of the arrangement, that he would admit to certain things, it could be that we find out some of that information at the sentencing. If it's not, then it's just a straightforward plea. Then it's just him saying, I plead guilty. They read out the counts, and we hear from the victims' families, and perhaps he's entitled to make a statement as well. And then he's sentenced, and that's the end of it.
Well, Josh, is it all right if I make a comment quickly, Karen?
Of course. Go ahead, Gary. Yeah. Of course.
Sorry, but it's very instructive to watch the courtroom confession of BTK, who was given an opportunity to lay out in detail his offenses. And he does so with a mechanical detachment that feels as if it is intended to stick a needle under the skin of the people that are there listening, that knew the families and all that. And he says things like, I put her down, like he's talking about a dog and things like that. Yeah. And what I'm concerned about is that this is a person, if he's given an opportunity to lay out the facts, will do so in a way that is intended to add himself to the annals of crime and to be amused by the laying out of those factual details in such a way that it'll wind up hurting more than helping. And that's what I'm worried about. I think from a psychological perspective, perhaps they should make him write it out, but not stand there in an arena and deliver it to people with a callous detachment where he's talking to them about their children like he's talking about, amoeba in a petri dish. Yeah. But that's the kind of detachment that this kind of person has. And every time I think about it, that kind of thing, I think about BTK doing it and the way those families must have felt. Yeah, hearing it. I mean, Chris knows what I'm talking about. We've discussed this concern.
Yeah.
About.
Yeah, it's such an excellent point. I hadn't thought about that because he is so. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Because he is so detached. I mean, every time we've seen him in court, the guy does not look like he's on trial for murder and possibly the death penalty. The way, just his affect in court. So I could see that. I've also seen factual basis pleas where they don't really contribute to the narrative, but it's something that's read to them. Do you admit that you went in the home? Yes, I do. Do you admit that you then stabbed so-and-so? Yes, I do. Do you admit that your motive for this was based upon such and such? Yes, I do. Or they could, with the defense come together for some sort of just narrative that is read in court that he agrees to. But I agree with you. I would hate for this to become an opportunity for him to, like you said, further kind of establish himself in some sort of, demented Hall of Fame.
I mean, he knows everyone wants to know these things. Yeah. And he's holding that information over people's heads. It gives him power. Yeah. And believe me, if he hints that he wants to reveal something, they're not going to stifle him.
Yeah, that's true.
If he says, would you like me to tell you what was going through my mind when I did? The whole world wants to know. They cannot let him do that one day when somebody goes in writing a book and there's a chat with him in a jail cell. Yeah. Give him the arena to do that.
Right. Yeah. So Josh Ritter, so what you're describing is there will be, I don't know if we want to call it a confrontation, but there will be a courtroom setting where Kohberger is going to be there with his defense, and it's this factual basis plea you're talking about, and the families will get to make some statements that they probably would have normally. That comes at the end. Right.
To be clear, I don't know if the factual basis plea is part of the whole deal. I'm saying I could definitely see that being part of it. In situations where they're giving up so much and they know that the families have questions, oftentimes they'll do that. But it could be that doesn't exist at all. But I am positive that the opportunity for the victims' families to be heard in court will take place. And there will be a moment where Steve Gonsalves is staring this man in the eyes and telling him exactly what he thinks of him. And every other family member has an opportunity to speak and be heard. And he also is afforded an opportunity to be heard. He's entitled to that. Whether or not he takes advantage of that is one thing, but he can have an opportunity to make a statement. Now, the judge doesn't have to your point, let that turn into some sort of, sermon that he gives or something, but he can make a statement saying, I'm so sorry, or, whatever he wants to say.
Well, and to Gary's point, I could see him not saying anything, remaining silent.
Sure.
Let that mystery build. He did not even enter his plea in Leta County, if you guys remember that. The judge had to enter it, right, for that procedural piece of this. Yeah. And so to Dr. Gary Brucato's point, he may say nothing, let the mystery build, which is only going to upset those families even more, I would think. What do you guys think?
I think that he's beautifully following the footsteps of Bundy.
Yeah, it's sort of his blueprint. Josh, can I ask you a question really quick about the factual basis plea, if that's what could happen? Mm-hmm. Would he have to meet some sort of threshold? And if he didn't, could it be thrown? Could the plea deal be taken off the table?
Good question.
They could say that as part of the requirement that they expect, it's like a proffer, that they expect a truthful and honest proffer from him. Now, to what degree of detail, again, it's not like the factual basis of it is earning him the plea deal. The plea deal is being earned by him pleading guilty. Mm-hmm. And that's how he's avoiding the death penalty and avoiding a trial, and then waiving. I mean, a big part of this is waiving his right to appeal. That's the hugest element to this from a prosecutor's perspective, is that we don't have decades of appeals based upon this whole thing. But I think that I think your question is, what if he's less than forthcoming and they know that? What if he's
not an Alford plea?
What's that?
It's not an Alford plea. So you would think that, he would have to be, because on an Alford plea, you basically maintain your innocence while saying, hey, the state has enough to prove that, I am guilty, but I'm going to maintain my innocence, but plead guilty while maintaining my innocence.
This is like the opposite of it.
Correct.
You're essentially admitting to the facts underlying what you're pleading to. It's not a best interest plea. It is a plea because I am guilty. But I can't, to your question, I cannot see the whole thing falling apart if he's like less than forthcoming in that factual basis.
As long as he says, yeah, I did this, I'm guilty, that should suffice.
Yeah.
Josh, I wanted to ask, is there any way that the evidence, okay, let's assume this plea deal goes through. Is there any way for the evidence that the state has been holding can be made public? Can the families find out? Does the rest of us do the rest of us find out in any kind of formal fashion?
It's such a great question. I've been trying to work that through in my head. Well, first of all, the gag order would no longer be in place. The gag order applies to the trial. The trial's over. The case, if he pleads and is sentenced, as soon as he's sentenced, he's no longer under really the jurisdiction of that court anymore. He's under the jurisdiction of the corrections, Department of Corrections in Idaho. And so the gag order wouldn't apply. But what about the evidence? What about the photographs, all of that stuff? I absolutely see a situation where if the family members wanted to come view it and for some sort of cathartic closure and they needed to see that, I could see that being arranged. But like a public release of this information, maybe based upon FOIA requests, I'm trying to go through my head what legal basis they would have to not disclose that information, because it's no longer evidence. And there's not even usually they can hide behind the threat of, well, there's pending appeals. We're not going to release this because there's pending appeals. Everything could get messed up. But if he waives his right to appeal, what reason do they have to not share this information? And now I think it would fall into the same kind of category as any other public government document that you can request through FOIA.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's really interesting. And so although we are told there's 68 terabytes of information. I mean, you just wonder how much is going to be released or could be potentially. I mean, the whole thing is, again, just from a victim's perspective, obviously, everybody, so many people in chat and all of us, there's just a piece of us that our hearts are broken for this family.
Yep.
If this does all go through, because we know that they need these answers for closure.
Correct.
Right. And so I just feel like there's got to be a way for them to be able to work with the state and be able to, at least get some questions answered. And maybe that happens privately. To your point, Josh, from what you were explaining, you think that could happen down the line?
I think the sharing of information could definitely happen privately. I've been a part of that, where families want to take a look at things afterwards. But that's why, I'm suspicious. And again, to be clear for everybody listening, I'm not saying this is what's going to happen, but that's why I would think that in order to give those families some of that closure, even though I hate to use that word, at least some answers to questions, that they might require him to admit to certain things, because they want that moment in court. They want to hear out of his mouth, I admit you took my daughter's life, my son's life, you did it in a brutal way, whatever that is, just whatever psychological benefit, if small as it might be, that could bring to those families.
Exactly. Dr. Gary?
Well, from the beginning, when we were creating a picture of who might have done this, I mean, even before they arrested him, we were talking about the kind of person that would have done this. And we collectively, on this program, had the sense that there was a more serial killer-like personality structure to this person than a mass murderer. And it's interesting because one of the things that was said in that episode is that when there isn't an overt sexual motivation, although I think there were undertones of it here, that kind of personality will assert domination and control and manipulation in every way, whether it's writing to the police, manipulating the press, seeking attention in the courtroom, the whole thing, because everything is intended to express that desire for domination and control that would normally be asserted through the sexual offense. And that's what I think you're looking at. I think the entire thing is a string pulling manipulation game being played by somebody who has that character structure, probably. And I think that's what bothers me about it. And I think that's what is getting under the skin of certain people, is they feel that it feels like this is designed to play me in some way that I can't put my finger on. And they didn't even get a chance to pause and think about it. And so that's what bothers me about it, is that, it's great that he's going to plea and the whole thing, but you notice that somehow he managed to get everybody to collude with giving him that even now. Masterfully. Well, you're still going to get it. One way or another. And it bothers me, but it's better than, the way it would have gone down, dragging it out.
He strung it out for 3 years to see what he could maneuver, what kind of stuff he could pull. The evidence mounted. They got denied, the extension or delay or whatever it is that you want to call it. And, then he's like, okay, all this on his terms. It's all on his terms.
Always on his terms. Yeah. And the judge took away all the options. The judge took away, he was cornered. So so if you're a control freak, your answer will be, well, then, okay, the only reason this is going to go a certain way is I'm going to make it go that way. So that you ultimately still assert domination and control over everybody. That's the whole thing. And I am convinced that control is the center of it, and the fact that the mask fell off with the things that were revealed in the leak. I think the people closest to him that might have been living in a kind of denial bubble saw the mask fall off and said, dear God, is that what you're really like behind closed doors? Is that what we're dealing with? And I think that what wound up happening was that it probably was a relief. Because if you're living a double life like that and you want people to know about the darkness because it makes you feel powerful or whatever, now we could be right out in the open with it.
Yeah.
It's all out in the open. It's tragic, but it is what it is.
before we've got to let Josh Ritter jump off here in just a minute, but I do want to ask him one other question.
Yeah.
Josh, so as far as to what Dr. Gary was talking about, this down the road, being able, if Bryan Kohberger is able to give jailhouse prison interviews from prison, and be able to sit down with documentary crews and authors and whoever. It's my understanding that would be up to the sentencing judge to put conditions that you are not to be profiting through the media on this. But are you familiar with Idaho law? Like, is he going to be allowed to talk to the media, anybody who he grants a request from, or how do you see that?
I know that most states have that, some sort of form of the quote unquote son of Sam law in place where no one can profit off of having committed a crime. So yeah, book deals, documentary deals, all of that stuff is most likely off of the table. But I don't know if a judge can actually make an order removing someone's First Amendment rights to speak to people about it. So I don't know if he could prevent them as a term of his sentence from ever being interviewed. And quite frankly, like, as much as I don't want to see this person again, I don't want to hear from him again, I think that, it is such a case of such public intrigue that it probably would be good that we could hear from him in interviews, to try to maybe get some I am still blown away by the idea that as we sit here right now, we are no closer to understanding a true motive behind this thing than we were 3 years ago. And that I am hoping, if anything, that what comes out of this plea is perhaps some sort of explanation on that. Even if it's a demented thing that I just wanted to try it, I would at least like to know that, because that to me has always been the biggest question mark in this whole thing.
Yeah, great point. That's a great point. Well, Josh Ritter, thank you so much for being with us.
Sorry, I could only
We're going to
hop on and hop off. It was so great to see all of you.
That's okay. We'll have Chris and I will have you back for a longer chat.
I would love that.
when things calm down.
Very good to see all of you.
And I'm a fan of your program. It's a great one, Josh.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Really great.
And if you haven't subscribed, go over to Courtroom Confidential and subscribe to Josh's channel. It's awesome.
Come on over. Love to have you. Take care, everybody.
All right. Thanks. Okay. So
such
Jeff,
a smart guy. Such a smart guy.
Yeah. Jeff, I want to give Jeff Miller on our panel here your thoughts about some of what we've just heard from Josh Ritter as far as what we're going to be expecting Wednesday at the plea hearing, and just your overall thoughts. Weigh in here.
Me, because you said Jeff Miller.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's all right.
Sorry.
It's okay. No, I tend to agree that it's going to be just a plea deal. I know in a lot of state courts, they can go right to sentencing the moment you're found guilty. But I imagine in this case, you will have victim witness statements, the family giving victim witness statements. And I don't think that they're going to be prepared after hearing the news tonight by Wednesday to do that. So I can foresee, as what Josh said, is that they'll come in, they'll plead, and they'll postpone the sentencing trial for several weeks. I know federally it's an automatic 6 weeks. Sometimes it goes a lot longer than 6 weeks before sentencing occurs. But yes, I think in this case we will see that break, because I think the family is going to want to be in that courtroom and tell him and see him when they say, "You're the monster that took away my daughter. You're the monster that took away my son," in this manner. So I definitely see that.
Yeah, there's no way they can get their thoughts together by Wednesday.
No.
I just see that.
They're too angry, right? At least the one family is. I don't know the rest of the families. I listen. At the end of the day, I do think that there could be some families may be kind of glad in a way that they don't have to sit through a 3-month trial and hear some of the things. I mean, who knows? But at the end of the day, they need to process everything here and then come up and really work and be able to give that statement. It's going to be very emotional for them when they're in that courtroom. And, you know, I mean, if you've seen other victim witness statements, witness statements, they are extremely emotional, and they're going to want to make sure that they can impact the nation when it's aired that, hey, this is what happened to us and what you did to us and our family.
Karen, when
That's
my
a great point, Jeff. Go ahead,
when,
Josh. Yeah.
When my family was going through this many years ago, when my mother was murdered, my grandparents they worked with my grandparents to on a plea deal, you know, to plead down from first-degree murder to second-degree, you know, 25 to life. And the reason that they agreed to it is they didn't want it to turn into like a mud slinging, you know, trial, which is kind of the route that it sounded like they were going to go, you know, like infidelities or whatever that they were going to allege. And so, you know, for some people it makes sense, and for some people it doesn't. I understood why, but if I was older and I had more say back then, I probably wouldn't have been okay with it. I mean, it was a clear cut, you know, situation. But I can understand why they're angry, and I can also understand why some would be relieved.
Yeah. And Gary, you know, as far as this goes, I mean, I sense there could be this collective catharsis for just all of us in the true crime community, you know, watching the live stream at that point of when the victim families do get to make that statement. Talk to us a little bit about, you know, that aspect for them. Obviously, there's no such thing as probably closure on something this horrific and devastating, and they're going to have their unbearable grief continuing. But talk to us a little bit about this maybe collective cathartism, if you will, on hearing that when we get to that piece for these victim impact statements.
Well, one of the most moving experiences I've had being on the interview room and really being on any program was when you had Kaylee's parents on for an interview. I know, Josh, you've said you thought that was the best episode that was ever done of Interview Room, right?
Correct.
Very, very moving interview where Chris and you were leading that interview with them, and I was there. And what we learned from that was that what was so particularly horrendous about the experience that the parents were having was that there was a dual thing going on, where on the one hand, there was this longing for justice and closure and the horror of dealing with your child, who will always be a child in your eyes. You know, it doesn't matter if they're 50, right? Being taken in such a horrendous way. And then this other element of having these awful people in the world, in the true crime community, so to speak. And so attacking them, calling them liars, telling them, you know, that they were miserable human beings, that they, you know, bothering them out in the world when they were trying to have a life and so forth. And so that what is interesting is that in this catharsis that you're talking about, you know, I'd like to see that there would be a resolution on both levels, that there would be not only, you know, now being able to say the world now accepts what I knew in my heart, what I sensed in my heart went on here, and now I can accept it because I'm not being told by the outside world it's in my imagination and it's a lie and maybe it isn't true. Now I have to accept it, right, and begin to heal, if that's even possible. But then there's this other side of it which I was even, you know, cracking wise about when we first came on here, which is I want to see how long it takes for the apology tour of people that are going to say, gee, maybe I shouldn't have maligned those people. Maybe they were right about this guy. You know, maybe when I was, you know, hybristophilically fascinated by him, I should have waited to see if I was feeling that way about a quadruple murderer who couldn't care less about me or these people.
What about?
And I'm happy that they're going to get that relief too, at least a little bit, that they get vindicated too, right? But what were you saying, Josh?
Well, I would say, Dr. Gary, what about all the conspiracy theories about the roommates being involved that are victims? And I mean, all this is thrown out the window now.
Everybody's
Right?
maligned, and right,
All
exactly. Because in the attempt to render this person innocent because you're contrarian or you want to believe that or you're infatuated with them, you needed to twist reality into a kind of pretzel. And and it didn't matter who you were maligning or offending, and of course these same people, if you were to say to them, you're insulting these innocent people, they say, oh, he's innocent, you're maligning him. So what I think it is really interesting that there's that double kind of thing that is going to happen here. But at the end of the day, when all of that washes away, these people are left with the empty chair, at Thanksgiving. I mean, that's the thing. There is no relief. At the end of the day, these people will, at the holidays, will look across the table and say, that's what she used to be. And what are they going to get? You know what I'm saying? So I think that this unconsciously, part of why you might want there to be a trial is it delays having to accept that dark reality. Months more of talking about it and keeping it alive and so forth. Now it's like they woke up one day and got slammed. Yeah, okay, you did it. Accept it. Let's move. There's no slow process of building up to it, getting the facts over the months, hearing it. You guys know what I'm talking about? I mean, this is a closure process for these people, and they got robbed of that.
Yeah, it's been taken away.
It's been taken away. Do you agree, Karen?
I do. I definitely do. Let's take this question from Gummy Bears. It's for you, Gary.
Oh.
Can you see it on the screen? I'll read it if you can't.
I'm curious what your take is on Kaylee's dad during the victim impact statement. I worry this press is delivered in the manner plea could overwhelm him. It's not possible for me to speak to that. I can only say that the reaction that a person has who had their daughter taken from them in a horrendous manner is all valid and all fair. I don't think we have a right to judge it.
I think that's part of it too, because if you remember the Dahmer trial, if you remember if you remember the lady that was just screaming at him, I hate you. I hate you. I mean, that's their right. That is their right to say that to the person who took their, and he can be as overwhelmed as he wants. He can yell. They allow that. I mean, it's not unheard of for something like that to happen. I'm not saying he's going to. I'm just saying that it happens often.
Well, what I want to see, what I hope happens, and of course they could say whatever they want, but what I want is that even though this person may be sitting there, notice I don't like to say his name. Mm-hmm. This person sitting there is going to have to hear that these were people. You may have incorporated them into some psychosexual fantasy and just seen them as a bunch of people that weren't even human, right? They were just figures in your fantasy. We are going to ram it down your throat, whether you wanted to hear it or not, that this was a human being that loved people, that had a future ahead of them, who was kind, who had, and I think even though it may fall on deaf ears, it says to the world, she was a person. He was a person. And I think that's the part that I think will really show what you're dealing with, is because I could picture him sitting there like a sphinx and going in one ear and out the other. I mean, don't expect even crocodile tears. You see what I'm saying?
That piece is going to be really interesting. Think how stoically he has sat there. He almost looks frozen in these hearings when he was sitting there. So, right, there isn't going to be any kind of remorse or empathy or anything that people may think that they want to see based on this guy's personality, based on what he did. And so that's part and parcel of what we're going to be seeing.
That's right. And he's going to want to correct the record. If he's given an opportunity, he'll say, that thing they said about me on that show, that wasn't accurate. It wasn't this number of minutes. It was that number of minutes. I didn't go that many times to the house. I went this many times to the house. In other words, eventually what this kind of personality does is, because they see themselves as an object of study and fascination. So this is the kind of person who says, I want my story out there for other people who are interested in crime the way I was. Let me give you all the detail. But of course, it's all for enjoyment. But the idea will be, I have to correct the record. And so eventually, whoever goes in and interviews him has to put it that way. for all of us with the facts.
Can I
Correct
ask you a question, Jeff?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm just wondering, I mean, do they offer, I mean, are plea deals offered to almost everybody?
I think it's a case by case thing. Jeff, what's your sense of that?
Yeah.
That's offered to everybody? I don't think so.
Yeah. I mean, every case I worked, we had, there's always a plea deal.
Yeah.
Usually, it really just depends on the defendant and stuff and what they think. We've done it where again, most of my cases all went federal. I had very few that went to the state, but the plea deal is based on, hey, if you take us to trial and lose, you're going to get this many years. If you accept responsibility earlier, it's dropped down to this many years, right? And I've seen it where the day of the trial, 10 minutes before the jury's brought in for selection, I'll change my plea because they waited to the last second. And you one thing I have seen is that a lot of times you'll have all the hearings, you'll have the suppression hearings to see what evidence can we get tossed, what have law enforcement done that possibly violated the 4th, 5th, or 6th Amendment, right?
Yeah.
And so if we can get evidence tossed, boom. And so a lot of times you see a lot of times where you go through all that, and then at the end, after it's all said and done, you've lost everything. Then the defendant will come and say, okay, well, I'll plead guilty now, right? Because I've lost everything. Yeah. And again, I agree with you, Gary, but he may also be at the point now where he goes, I don't have a chance in hell in winning this trial. Let me see what I can do. So I can, if I got out, great. Now I can, I've got all this visible everything that happened. But if now, as you said, Gary, I can plead guilty and at least maybe have at some point, as you said, no, this is exactly what happened when I'm interviewed. These are the facts. But it's typically it's there, it's offered, because I've always found at the end of the day, attorneys don't want to go to trial. They really don't.
Especially ones who are dealing with another death penalty case.
Yeah, well, in capital murder,
overwhelmed.
Well, in capital murder cases,
possibly.
Where somebody, I mean, the defense or the attorney for the defendant, their job is to save their life. I mean, that's what they do, and that's what they're trying for.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's what
Gary.
they do.
Gary, I wanted to ask you, how much influence do you think the defendants, I won't use his name either, that his mother played behind the scenes, if anything?
Well, one of the things that I have said, particularly since the leak period, was that I became growingly suspicious that things that went on in the home growing up, things that had to do with a kind of a fragmentation between the way he was raised and the way people thought that he was and the secret double life that he was harboring, right? I mean, if the Dateline information is accurate, he was living a double life in which by day he was a student and looked like some kind of upstanding guy. He might have been a little socially awkward, but secretly was watching P. I know we can't use the word, that was disturbing and violent in nature and had hideous, outrageous, misogynistic, and objectifying tones to it, and was cosplaying a serial killer and all this kind of thing. And I think that what you probably had, I can't prove it, but I think you probably had, was this people still seeing the kind of social presentation that was the good boy and saying, I didn't do this. I didn't do this. They're misunderstanding me. Whatever. And then I think there might have been some point at which enough came out that the people in the inner circle might have said, oh my God, maybe you really did do this. See, and I could just picture somebody saying, I think maybe you have to own this. Now, I don't know, but I can't help but think that was the reason for the appeal of Bundy. And I don't think it was just Bundy. I think we're going to find out there were other killers that appealed to him. But my sense is that he would have been drawn to Bundy because of Bundy's classic fragmentation and living that double life. I think that's what was bothering him. Remember the writings online about his psychology, about the looking in the mirror and the dissociation and the fragmentation and all of that. And I think that's what was happening to him, was a feeling like I'm two people at the same time. And I think that's where we have to find out the way the people around him saw him. The other thing is I'm interested in is, when did people start to suspect him, if at all? For example, I heard someone report the other day, I don't know if it's true, that perhaps the father might have begun to suspect him right there in the car when they were getting pulled over. Because why do we keep getting pulled over? Something's fishy here. I heard somebody say that that it might be that, you know, somebody in the family became suspicious because they saw his behavior at trying to clean the car up and all those things. I don't know if those things are true, if they've been confirmed, but I guess what I'm interested in is, when this is all over, is, was there a place in which denial collapsed and people started going, maybe you did do this? And if they did, at what point did they advocate for, it might be time to own this? Or, you know, because maybe they're like, you know, good-hearted people who, you know, who really think you have to own this if you do it. We don't know. They have been very mysterious characters through this, and we don't know how they're feeling. That's the other thing. We know nothing of them. So I think it's a great question, but I think in the psychology of somebody who winds up with misogynistic, you know, rage and is watching that kind of PE, yeah, of course we have to know about his relationship with his mother. That's like psychology 101. It's the first thing I want to know.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, so I mean, wouldn't you want to know that? I mean, where does that idea come? Because remember I said, when we were talking about Kohberger way back when he was first arrested, I said, you have to look for the prototype. Who is the prototype that you're going out and attacking symbolically in the form of these surrogate victims? So I think what you have here is the death of an illusion about this person and the realization of what he really is. And I think it's a relief, because now he can say, look what I am. Aren't I interesting?
Gary, given the opportunity, if you have the opportunity to go in and sit down with him and talk with him.
May happen. I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah. Obviously, what are the key things that you hone in on with him?
I think with this, now look, I perhaps I shouldn't say this because he may see it, because I'm convinced he sees a lot of this. But I think it is important for someone like this to take the approach of letting him intellectually correct the facts, and to just sit back and say, you know, I want to learn what you have to tell, you know, that kind of thing, because I really think that he sees himself as interesting and fascinating and powerful, and I think that you have to let him do that. Now that it's all out in the open, I mean, you know, he's going to confess to this. I mean, why not go a step further and, you know, and give the details on what this was really about? Now, I think that with this kind of person, you want to compare him to other offenders, because he sees himself as joining that pandemonium of other offenders, I'm sure. So you want to say, yeah, it's interesting. Like this offender, you did this, but there's other things you did that are unlike this offender. Where'd you get that idea from? You know, that kind of thing. Because there's no question in my mind that he meticulously studied the activities of other offenders, and I would want to give him an opportunity to talk about that. But most importantly, even though it wouldn't matter for a conviction, obviously we want to get to the motive. And I think for this kind of person, I mean, there's never been a doubt in my mind that it was an expression of domination, control, manipulation, leveling the playing field. But I think that we want to hear that finally from the lips of the offender so that we can lay that to rest. But that's always what it is. There's no other explanation. That has to be what it is. I just want to hear him say it and to talk about it. I also want to know why these particular victims. Was it as simple as convenience? Was it that one of the victims met certain physical criteria to fulfill a fantasy? Did he have other victims in mind in case this didn't work out? Why that particular night? Was it, after the 20 some odd trips, why that night? And most interestingly to me, I mean, just to closure intellectually, is I cannot imagine there was no surveillance of those people, these victims. And I want to know how they were monitored and watched, and, was sitting in the car. Did he snoop? Did he observe? Because the fact is, for people in my kind of world and in Jeff's world, we need to know these things, because this is how we beat other people. That's how we were able to predict what was this attacker was going to look like, because we knew from other offenders who had confessed and told us. I mean, Jeff, don't you think that's where there is some value in giving them an opportunity to talk to professionals, is that we have to learn how other people get pulled into this and how they do it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, one of the things I always loved was to be able to sit down with someone who's done this and hear the whole story, right? What happened? What tell us everything from start to finish, and go very slowly. Because it helps you down the road for future cases, and it just gives you the knowledge of what you're dealing with, not just with this person, but again, because for us, we're trying to protect the American public.
That's it.
You get again, so these are things that you get to learn, and so not only learn, but help us spot in other people, right? Because as you said before, when you said, hey, it looks like he's living this double life, right? This is who we see on a daily basis. But there are things that are going to come out even on that daily basis that tells us back here, right? So when you start to delve in and talk to him and get to know everything, then you start seeing, oh, this is what you did here. That kind of was that clue, right? And again, it's kind of like that gut feeling. And I know we don't like to talk about, but it doesn't mean that we know for sure. But it gives us like, hey, here's something we need to look into, and that's so important.
I agree, and I have to tell you, if there's one method I would want to use, a technique I would want to use if I did speak to him, and Lord knows that he's hearing this, is I would want to say, I bet that sometimes you tried to fight that dark side. I bet sometimes, it really felt like it was taken over, and there was part of you that almost wanted to go in and talk to somebody about it, or tell somebody, or you fought with it for a little while, and then it took over. Because I have found that helping a person understand the path they went down is the best way to get them to fill in the gaps and to kind of see it as a narrative. And I think that we are probably going to hear that that's how he felt, that there was a kind of a breaking into two. And that's why, I'm not saying he was schizophrenic or something. I'm saying that sense of having a part of him that wanted to do these pro-social things and, maybe work with law enforcement, catch criminals, be smarter than them and all that. And then he's got this other part where he talks about in his, on his online writings, that he could look at a human being and see nothingness, see them as meat. And where is that split happening? And also what I want him to talk about is, at what point did you feel that the human race failed you? At what point did you feel that you were groping for support and care and love and attention, and you just kind of felt that you were invisible and you just couldn't do people very well? And, this was all that was left. Now, I refuse to allow any kind of victim blaming, but that's what this type will do. But the reality is that, we have to understand this in order to try to stop some other youth from getting sucked into this, giving into the darker angels of self. And that's, Jeff, where people like you and me, where we have to listen to this stuff. There is nothing more instructive than, hearing somebody say, yeah, you want to know why I picked that house? Because I was able to look through this window. I knew that this door would be left unlocked. I knew that this animal wasn't going to be present. I knew this way. And we need to understand the mechanisms, because some of them might have been very clever.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. But the other thing is too, is you and I both know this isn't going to be, I get to sit down and he's going to tell me the whole truth.
Oh, no.
You know, he's going to lie. He's going to downplay.
What are you going to give me?
Exaggerate. You know, it's a long process and it takes a long time.
Definitely. And they'd have to dangle things over his head. I mean, look, he identifies with Bundy. That's what they did with Bundy. I mean, Bundy took to his grave murders that he committed, because he would only admit to them if he was, if the death penalty was being prolonged, the time to the death penalty was being pushed down, or they gave him a soapbox to talk about why he did this. You remember his famous thing where he wanted to give his interview about the dangers of certain kind of imagery that men look at, that he blamed for this. Well, that was a stall tactic. And, so yeah, I agree 100% that he would manipulate every aspect of it, especially if he thinks he wants to be smarter than you.
Yeah.
And, but I think it's such a great point you're making, Jeff, is that I don't think we'd expect too much truth either.
I want to go to Josh and ask him what he thinks of all the defenders out there in the social media realm. I'm not going to say his name again, the defendant and all of his, pro defenders. Josh, what do you think? How do you think the narrative with all that is going to be changing? Now, Chris and I have this conversation all the time. I'm always they're the 1%. Those dark voices are always going to be out there. I don't want to give them any more stage or play than what they deserve. Because 98% of everything out there is, supportive of the families, wants to see justice. But that group is out there. His defenders are out there. What do you think? Where does this leave them now? Where do you think they're going to be trolling, if you will?
Well, I imagine that what's going to end up happening is they're going to say, well, he pleaded guilty to save his life. He's not really guilty. He's, he's scared that, he was going to be, it's a rigged system, that the evidence is, a lot of times, especially in these DNA cases, they attack the evidence, they attack the investigators. And I imagine that that's still going to be the narrative. I'm sure there are some people that are going to be like, I can't believe that he pleaded guilty. And by the way, I can't believe it either. I'm absolutely shocked at this time. I wouldn't have been as shocked the closer that it got to trial, like a week or two out. I am surprised that he did it now, but yeah, it's going to be, he did this to save his life. He's not actually guilty. And, it's just, and by the way, you're right about the 1 or 2%. Most people, when they hear the story and listen to what's been put out, probably feel, yeah, he's probably guilty. And there's some people that feel absolutely that he is. And then there's people that aren't really sure. And then there's people that no matter what evidence is put there, they'll never accept that they were wrong, that he's guilty. And they have the loudest voices possible because they scream from the rooftops. So that's why you end up hearing them so often. It's not because there's an overwhelming amount of them. It's that they're loud individuals, and it's in every case that you have. So
Of course.
I think that's what's that'll be the way they end up going.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Yeah.
And don't forget, they'll blame the
Go ahead,
victims
Jeff.
and the 2 women who survived, right? It's not just
The surviving roommates. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now you raise a really good point, Jeff. That's a really good point. We were supposed to hear from them, both of them, in the trial. And of course, there was so much made about the 911 call and questions around that. And how could they still be in the house 8 hours later? And, all of those questions and all of that. Gary, what do you think where are those surviving roommates today in terms of what do you think they're thinking? What's going through them? Is there relief on this? Is there do you think they were looking forward to having their day in court to be able to give their side of what happened, and maybe that would be a little cathartic for them as well? What's your thought?
Again, it's that same double thing of dealing with it emotionally and then dealing with the extra of all these, what's the polite euphemism, weird people out in the world that decide to attack you and make your life a living hell because of their support of this person. And but I also think that what you're dealing with in a situation like this is probably a colossal trauma. And when it comes to trauma, the way people deal with things is very confusing. I mean, even when people said, how come they waited so long to call? How come they waited? Well, that's because, you've never been in a situation that is traumatic. People in traumatic situations do things that don't make sense from the outside because your brain is dealing with it in a peculiar way. And I just kind of think that we also don't know how long it'll even take for people affected by this to even accept that it's real, that it happened. I mean, listen, I've dealt with people who do things like still set the dinner table for a person who was murdered 5 years ago.
Oh man, that is so heartbreaking.
But it happens. I dealt with somebody
real.
that for a long time still put the dinner, and I would say, what are you doing? Oh, you never know. Maybe those news reports were wrong. Maybe they'll come home,
I knew someone, they
Go
moved.
ahead, Jeff.
They were in the State Department, and they still set a bedroom aside for their son who had passed away, right? Years afterwards. So, and no one knows how anyone's going to react when it hits the fan. And it hit the fan that night, right? In the one thing that I can see the prosecution thinking of, now they don't have to put them on the stand. So, I don't know if putting on the stand is necessarily always that, oh, this helps me out. I mean, because the defense, you never know how the defense, to do their job, they can either say, hey, we'll look like the bad guy and really go after him, or maybe we don't. They have to, it's all at the moment. But you get a defense attorney who thinks that they can put that reasonable doubt, we'll go after them. So there's a lot to play here.
But you remember, Jeff, back when we were talking about this case, because you and I were on a program with Ann Burgess too, also before there was an arrest. And I remember one of the things I said, I think I said it on Chris's show with, I think that was Chris and Ann and Dean and Greg, right? On this show, not when we were on the show with Ann and you and me.
Okay.
I think what I said was something like, because somebody was asking, why were there people spared? And I said, because I think this person sees himself as the arbiter of who lives and who dies. It's that godlike feel. And what an ultimate narrative arc, right? The ultimate narrative arc being that in the end, he arbitrated that he lives. These people die and I walk. See? It's the arbiter, like God, of who lives and who dies. And it's depressing. But at the same time, I think we have to look at the positive of it, which is that, there are people who are still alive, that are the people related to these victims and who have to somehow pick up the pieces and have a life. I don't know how they're going to do it. I think they're going to have to find a way to celebrate the lives of these people and to fulfill their purpose without them here, like going out and battling the darkness or completing the work that they started, making some kind of meaning out of it. And while they are increasing, this guy has to decrease in a jail cell and become nothing. He cannot be given what it is he demanded of the world. Attention at the end of a knife. Can't give it to him. And that's what I'm worried about, because now this is the hottest story in the newspaper.
And you're going to have all the reporters who are going to want to do everything they can to go talk to him.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Boy.
You know.
Yeah.
And I'm
Well,
gonna,
again,
Not going to be people like us who want to go and not just let it out there. I'm retired. I wouldn't do it now anyway. But I'm just saying, while I was working, what can I use to help me in my future investigations?
that's it.
They want to get their stamp on it, get their name out there, and look. Oh, I did the interview with
Mhm.
this guy. And look, and here it is. I'm putting it out there.
yeah.
Right.
You know, I can't help but just think that, again, maybe during the sentencing part, the judge may put some restrictions, not in terms of professionals like Gary and, for that's for non-commercial gain, right? But a media interview, if he's, ABC or whoever, Legacy Media or whatever, so they're making money off that.
Yeah.
Even when I think it was Dateline, Keith Morrison sat down with a different convicted serial killer, Lori Daybell. That news outlet made money. So again, we don't know yet. It's a little too soon, but I would hope that for education purposes, non-commercial professionals like you guys could go in and interview him and talk with him. But who knows if there's going to be restrictions or not on that. Josh has for us, we're going to let's take a turn back and just focus on the victim families here for a minute. Josh, do you have a new statement? And
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
It's from the Consalvas family Facebook page less than 15 minutes ago. And so what it says here is Aubrey was unable to attend the meeting with the prosecutors to beg for additional concessions to guarantee certainty in this case. We are all in awe of how she was able to perfectly articulate the following, especially at only 18 years old. We are so proud of her. And it goes on, and she goes on to say, and this is Aubrey Consalvas. My name is Aubrey Consalvas, and I am the youngest member of the Consalvas family. Though I am unable to be there in person, I refuse to stay silent about a situation that should never have required I refuse to stay silent about a situation that should never have required this kind of gathering in the first place. What the families of Ethan, Kaylee, Maddie, and Xana have endured over the past 2 years, and 2.5 years is beyond comprehension. From the constant delays to the relocation of the proceedings, making it harder for loved ones to attend, the justice system has placed heavy burdens on those already carrying unimaginable grief. Through it all, we have tried to hold on to hope. We believe in the process. We've had faith in the system, but at this point, it's impossible not to acknowledge the truth. The system has failed these 4 innocent victims and their families. These are not just names or headlines. Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Consalvas, Madison Mogan, and Xana Krenodal were beautiful human beings who touched countless lives. They are not just the Idaho 4. They were sons, daughters, siblings, and friends, real people with real dreams. They deserve to be remembered for who they were in life, not only for the tragedy of their deaths. But before that can truly happen, they deserve justice, nothing less. The introduction of this plea deal just weeks before the scheduled trial is both shocking and cruel. Had this proposal come a year and a half ago, the families could have had time to process, discuss, and potentially come to terms with the idea of a life sentence. However difficult that may be, we could have had the time to understand it, to prepare for it emotionally, and perhaps even to find some degree of peace. But now, with mere weeks left, we're being asked to absorb and respond to a life-altering decision with no room to breathe. Bryan Kohberger is facing a life in prison sentence. A life in prison means he would still get to speak, form relationships, and engage with the world. Meanwhile, our loved ones have been silenced forever. That reality stings more deeply when it feels like the system is protecting his future more than honoring the victims of the past. The justice system was created to serve and protect, not to re-traumatize grieving families. And yet, time and time again, we find ourselves blindsided, unheard, and unsupported. This last minute plea deal feels less like an act of justice and more like an afterthought. We are not asking for vengeance. We are asking for accountability. We are asking for dignity for our loved ones. And we are pleading for a justice system that truly lives up to its name. And that is from 18-year-old Audrey Gonzalez, the youngest family member.
Couldn't have said it better. Don't you guys think?
Yeah. Yeah, I completely understand and agree with everything that she said.
We can't hear you, Karen.
Karen, you're muted.
Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. I was going to say, Josh, from your perspective, you have been in those shoes. You lost your mother. She was murdered.
Yes.
By your family member. So, tell us what you think. What's your reaction to hearing Aubrey? Obviously, she's speaking for her family, and probably most of the victim families.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I agree with her in the sense that it does seem like that his future was being thought about more, that they didn't want to go through with the trial because it's expensive. It takes a long time, all sorts of different things. But I understand why the courts do it, but I have a hard time with overwhelming evidence against somebody cutting a deal. I don't think that he deserved a deal. I think that he deserved to go to trial. I understand wanting to spare a lot of witnesses, re-victimizing, but that's the justice system. I don't, like I said, I don't agree with a lot of plea deals, but yeah, I mean, I would be absolutely shocked. And like I said, if I was in charge when my mother or my father was going to trial, and they would have consulted me, and they worked with my grandparents and I'm kind of surprised that this was so out of the blue for the families, because a lot of the times they do defer to, it's not the end all be all. They don't have all the say or anything, but they do want to work with the families a lot of the times. I would have made him go to trial and defend himself, because what ended up happening was he ended up with a 25 to life sentence with the possibility of parole. So we still deal with parole 37 years later, to the week my mother died 37 years ago. And to this day, we still have to go to parole hearings. We have to give impact statements. We have to hear, we sit through parole here. I mean, it's just a lifetime of
You got a life sentence.
we all, my family ended up with one too. It's, they call it like a 25 to life sentence here in California. They call it life on the installment program. Cause a lot of times people, they just come up for parole and they get denied, come up for parole, but it puts an extreme strain on my family, on my aunts and my grandmother and things like that. So they won't have to deal with that with this kind of a plea deal. And that is a blessing. But if he went to trial and was found guilty, they would deal with appeals and nonstop, looking for a stay and all this stuff up until the execution. Hopefully they'll be able to just put it behind, the Bryan Kohberger aspect of it, that, he can hopefully fade into obscurity. That would be nice.
Well, and from Aubrey's statement and what she was conveying publicly, it seems like this has been a theme that we've heard throughout this whole process, that the families were not consulted or were an afterthought or were not a thought. And, the process, there's a system in place where there's victim advocates within any prosecutor's office to kind of bring them along with the decisions and just the whole process, because obviously they need that. They need an advocate. And obviously the state's job is to prosecute the defendant. Chris shares a lot of examples of the hundreds of homicide cases that he's worked, that there are advocates within a district attorney's office that does keep that line of communication open, so they're not shocked on a Monday afternoon. Hey, guess what? You guys have been planning for 2.5 years to go to a trial. And by the way, it's a 5-hour drive and your life is going to be turned upside down to go attend this trial. But, oh, by the way, there's a plea deal going on.
Yeah.
It's like they're shell-shocked. They are shell-shocked about this. And obviously,
Right.
Could that have been avoided? I'm going to say, yeah, arguably, it seems like there could have been a better job of having, from the state, somebody being an advocate, or at least keeping that family a lot more apprised. One of the families, Stephen Christie Gonzalez, had to hire an attorney. They've had an attorney this whole time because they felt that they were totally left out of the process. They couldn't get answers to their questions, et cetera, et cetera. So it's disheartening to hear now at the end of this that they felt that they were continuously not consulted for any of this.
Well, having done therapy with and had long conversations with people who have lost family members or had family members assaulted, things like that, one of the things that they talk about that's so at the heart of their trauma, that kind of vicarious trauma they experience because their loved one had something horrendous happen to them, is the feeling of things that just sort of come out of the blue, that everything's okay, and then boom, there's the lightning bolt, and then something happens, so that your basic trust in other people gets affected. That's why PTSD that's related to people is so much harder to get over in the literature. We know this, than PTSD associated with something very rare, like a volcano erupting or an earthquake or something, because there's so many people. You lose your basic trust in all of humanity. And then imagine walking around already feeling that way, and then having something like this. You're walking along one day, you get a phone call. Guess what? He's playing. No time for preparation. It's like another lightning bolt at it. So it's a kind of tone deafness about the internal experience of people who are dealing with trauma. That's not how you would handle it. The way you would handle it is that you would go in and gently explain, this is not coming out of the blue. We're going to give you some time to emotionally prepare for this. It just adds to that feeling of, it can come at any second out of nowhere. And that, I'm telling you, that these people probably for the rest of their lives are going to remember the moment they heard this news. It's going to have that same feeling of, oh my God, my lump is, the lump in my throat. So, Jeff, you've talked to people who've been affected by traumas. That feeling of like the out of the blue feeling that is so at the center. Yeah,
it just hits you. Like,
yeah.
Even for us in law enforcement, there's things that we've seen and done that things now will just hit you and take you right back. Smells.
Take you right back.
Something you see on TV. I will say, being in law enforcement and arresting hundreds of gangbangers over the years.
Oh, yeah.
And trials don't necessarily, it doesn't, you don't make the arrest and then boom, you're having a trial a month later. I mean, It takes a long time. So to me, and the bigger the case, the longer typically it takes to get to trial, right? So I know it seemed like a super long time that this has been going on, but in my mind, it wasn't long because I've seen how long it can take to get to a trial for a case. But again, but I've had 20 plus years of doing this, right? For somebody who's never done this, yeah, it takes forever. It really does. So, but it's tough because every time something comes up, it's as you said, here comes another lightning bolt out of the blue, and it sends people into that tizzy and gets them worked up, right? Again, I'm not in anyone's positions there, but I would say that I would love to see how this was presented. Did the defense attorney come to the prosecutors after saying, okay, we've lost every appeal, every type of hearing we've prosecuted. Can we take the death penalty off the table and we'll plead them out, right? I've seen that happen. Literally 4 hours into a trial, I've seen people come and say, okay, what can we take off the table? Can you get me out of a life sentence? Nope. No matter what we do, you gain a life sentence. All right, I'll continue with the trial.
Well, we don't know whose idea it was yet, do we?
Well, no, that's it hasn't come out. So again, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Was it something that the
That'll be
defense approached because they can approach and say, what's the best deal you can provide us, right? If we plead them out, can you take the death penalty? Because I've seen where people have pled to. I mean, I've never seen somebody plead to the death penalty, but I've seen people plead to life in prison. Right. So I mean, with the hope that if they cooperate, maybe they'll get that sentence reduced. But I've seen it. So I mean, in my mind, the way it happened so fast, my guess is the defense finally got to the point and said, we have tried everything. We've appealed or we've tried to suppress all this evidence. And as such, we've lost everything. The judges smacked them down on every time they try to suppress something. And my thought is it came out so quickly now. My guess is that's what happened is the defense attorney approached to get the death penalty off the table.
Well, when all is said and done, even though obviously the judge was impartial and all of this, I think that in the long run, Hitler is going to turn out to have been something of a guardian angel in this story, because this would have had a very different outcome under the other judge. I'm sure of it. So much of this would have been potentially shoved into a box that I don't know how the jurors would have been affected. I mean, that happened in the Lizzie Borden case. It's part of how she got away with it. The judge would not allow even the most outrageous contradictions in her narrative to be brought into the courtroom so that she looked like some innocent person. So I think that there was something about him that I think, I don't know, Karen, what your interpretation of is, but I've heard you say also that there was something about this judge that I think was a good thing in this story, him coming on the scene. And I just think he had everybody's number.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Judge Hitler came across as straightforward, no nonsense,
folksy,
experienced, wasn't going to put up with the whole load of bullcrap that defense teams get to put out there. And so, yeah, it was, I mean, we really had the judge in Latah County say, I don't even want this case and I'm going to retire, by the way. So it was a blessing, actually, in my opinion, that it did get moved to Ada County with this particular judge. But I just think, just going back to another point that you all are talking about, we've got the defense side and the pleading and all that, but just the common sense approach for somebody looking at this going, okay, well, if he's pleading guilty, then he took the lives of 4 people. As we said before, their lives are gone. He gets to live, breathe, read, eat, shower, walk, etc. in prison for the rest of his life. There is a a simple injustice. So you can completely understand how the victims' families are feeling right now. At least with the trial, we put it to a jury of our peers in the community, and death penalty was on the table. 4 people lost their lives. If the defendant was found guilty, he should lose his life as well. That is the mentality and the thinking. Okay. Whether or not people agree with death penalty or not is kind of beside the point. Those were the set of facts we were looking at in this case. And so, again, we go back to this Monday afternoon surprise bombshell. Oh, by the way, he's taking the plea deal. Like, wait, what? He gets to, spend the rest of his days in prison. I get it, locked up. He can't harm anybody else. But you can clearly understand why the victims feel like justice has not been served or may not be served in this case.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have fan mail. He could possibly join a softball team in prison. There's a lot of things that he's going to be able to do. And, that's one of my biggest issues, when it comes to my family, is that, my father who murdered my mother, he is able to live a life in there. He has friends, he has phone calls, he has TV, he has all kinds of things, and his victim, my mother, has nothing.
Yeah, but Josh, one of the things I think is so beautiful about this country is that we have the sense that justice means being better to a human being than they have been to other people. And the idea is ultimately that you get into this moral question of whether 2 wrongs make a right. The reality is this is going to be a pathetic existence for this guy. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. First of all, we don't even know if he's going to be in general population, what he's like. I mean, can you picture this guy in a general population situation?
Well, but no,
5 minutes I give him.
But in existence nonetheless.
Yes, but admittedly a pathetic one. I mean, Jeff, I gotta ask you this: could you picture this guy in general population situation?
I don't see him surviving in general.
5 minutes.
When you walk into a maximum security prison, you walk in the halls to get somewhere, and you're seeing all the inmates walk around, and you look at him, you're like, he's going to be. You know what I'm trying to get at, right?
I get it. He stands about no chance.
Yeah, but doesn't he like that kind of stuff, Dr. Gary? Doesn't he like to be isolated? Isn't he a loner anyway? Like that's just
if this guy could form a relationship with a human being, this wouldn't have happened.
I agree. That's what I'm saying.
But I think that, I'm sorry, but this is where I think he's going to look a little bit like Dahmer in that weird, because Dahmer was also somebody where the question was raised of him being on the spectrum. And Dahmer couldn't help himself. He had to make the most outrageous, inappropriate remarks to people. And look what happened to him.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like an inability to turn off the weird. I mean, I'm sorry, but I just think this guy is screwed if they put him into a general population. So if he's isolated, his life will look sort of like BTK's, sending people letters, people writing books about him, being fascinated by him, being interested in him and all that. Yeah, okay. From the quiet of the, but if they put him in a general population situation, I'm sorry, I think he's in a lot of trouble.
No, it's a fair point. It's point counterpoint, right? Everyone's gonna have a different take on it.
There's no way to know what happens until it happens, but
yeah.
But seeing the way this guy seems to get everything the way he wants it, I wouldn't be surprised if he winds up in an isolated situation.
I could see him being definitely in isolation. And again, on Wednesday at the plea hearing, based on my experience, I see he'll come in, and if it's done properly, and what I've seen before, the judge will be saying, in my experience, when I've seen people plead, I get so angry at the judge, because the judge asks the questions where it's almost to the point of, do you want him to plead guilty? It looks like you're trying to get him to change his mind to go to trial. Why? To make sure that there is no possibility of parole or appeal, right? They make it where, do you fully understand the rights you're giving up? Yes, I do. Do you understand everything? And it's done in a way so that way down the road, that person can't come back and then try and have their conviction overturned, saying, well, I didn't understand my right. Right. I mean, I was a brand new agent, and I remember this guy in the courtroom, and he's going through, he's getting ready to plead. So the judge goes through that, and then the judge will ask the prosecutor, what are the statement of facts? What would you prove if this went to trial? And so-and-so walked into the bank, or so-and-so did this, and they committed these crimes, and we have the evidence to prove that. Do you agree? Well, yes, I plead guilty to that. I recognize that that's the evidence, and they have the evidence, right? And I can remember in this one case where somebody in the back of the courtroom, a family member, don't give up your right. And so the next thing I know, the guy looks at me and goes, or he doesn't look at me, the judge goes, he looks at the judge and goes, that guy violated my rights. And I'm sitting there in the court going, what? How did I violate his rights? He tricked me. He gave me McDonald's and let me smoke in a non-smoking facility, so that way I would confess. You have a right to suppress your confession, right? You know, I was brand new, 2 months on the job, thinking, oh my God, I'm some kind of bad.
On the double cheeseburger instead of the nuggets.
Hilarious.
So
oh my gosh.
They will. He'll make the state. He'll agree to the evidence. He's going to have to.
Yeah.
So again, you know, he's not doing this because he's innocent. He knows he's guilty, and I think, as Gary said, you know, there's a lot to why he's doing this. He's trying to control a lot of things.
Yeah,
but
it's also a practical element
to
it.
His family got to him.
Yeah.
Could his family? You know, I mean, what about his family? You know, maybe he's trying to spare them, his family, not theirs.
You mean I won't say BK's family by pleading?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, you know, his father, his mother, his sister. It sounded like all of them were a bit suspicious of him to begin with. You know. Anyway. I mean, is it? I mean, of course, I would think it's possible that they say, "Hey, this is your best chance to you know, stay alive and not cause any more harm." I you know, I don't know. I think that's possible.
It feels a little bit like, I mean, I just kind of go back to the OJ trial. We've all been along on this ride for 2.5+ years, right? And we're expecting a trial. Court TV kept calling it the trial of the decade, right? Everything's been in place. People know. I mean, I know people that were planning on taking vacation and at a certain time so they could actually maybe go attend the trial in Boise, et cetera, et cetera. There's a whole lead up of the public, obviously, in addition to the victim families. And now we're being told, guess what, folks? No trial. He's pleading guilty. No appeal. No death penalty. So we're all just kind of, whoa, wait a minute, right? Collectively, what just happened here? Okay, what does this mean? And what does this mean for the victim families, right? Well, we had this expectation. The evidence was going to come out, all of our questions that we had. And there's a gazillion questions about evidence. Yeah, a lot has come out, but there's tons we don't know. Go ahead.
I am very surprised that the victim witness specialists weren't in more communication with the families, because I know in federal, once somebody's been arrested or indicted, the U.S. Attorney's Office victim witnesses really start working with the victims and the families.
Yeah, Jeff, they usually do, even in, you know, state cases. That's why it's so weird that this was such a out of the. I mean, they are claiming, and I believe them 100%, that they're completely blindsided by this.
No, and that's surprising, because to me that spells, because normally plea deals, they can be years in the making. Chris, I mean, you were a homicide investigator. They can be years in the making before it comes out, and you would just think that there'd be some more knowledge. Not to us, I get it. You're not going to spill it to the world, but you would expect something to be said to the families.
Yeah, and you know, to that point.
Go ahead.
And by the way, I know I missed a ton, but I'm glad I'm back here. Just so everybody knows, you know, I've had cancer in the past, and I had a little deal taken today, so it's all good. We're checking and rock and roll. So, and then this thing broke. It was like, oh, holy cow! You know, here I go, you know, shuffling a couple of things. But to your point,
that was me. I'm sorry about that.
No, you're fine. To your point, yeah, you did start it.
I did.
About the victim witness, look at this. This just came out on the family website. Her sister.
Yeah, we just went over that, Chris.
Oh,
yeah,
you did. Okay.
Yeah,
perfect.
we just did. But yeah, you're just in time.
Okay. Well, great minds think alike. That's why I'm married so far up.
Well, and we were talking about it. This whole thing seemed from the beginning that the family was like left out, wasn't consulted. At least the Gonzalez family, felt like they had to hire their own attorney, that there was really no victim advocate aspect of this.
Yeah.
And that's what we see in Aubrey Gonzalez's comments there. It's kind of the same thing. And, you know, that's what we're talking about. Like, you know, how is that balanced? How is that weighed? Because this seems like, in my opinion, a lot has been put forth for the defendant. What does he think? What does he feel? What does he want to do? And meanwhile, the families are left waking up, you know, not waking up Monday afternoon, but on a Monday afternoon, they're shell shocked like the rest of us, expecting this thing to go to trial in a number of weeks.
Yeah, no, and we talked about this early on. Remember, guys? I mean, just when this thing first went down, as you know, I mean, even today, what a crazy day. I had to go to the doctors. I had a hit on court TV. I have to get here. I mean, I'm just like trying to spin plates all at the same time. And at the end of the day, who cares about, you know, what the reality is? The reality is when you read a letter like that on the family, from the family, you go, okay, I get that. And one of the mistakes, we said this early on, was that they should have assigned an investigator to the family. And that individuals, and I gave the example of how Bill Robards from our agency, we used to, you know, Billy was the kind of guy that could get along with anybody. And then simultaneously, what you just said, Jeff, about, you know, victim witness. Victim witness needs to step up. They need to liaison with that family. They need to tell them word for word, day for day, what's going on behind the system that they're not seeing. And, you know, unfortunately, this is a situation that they're going to learn from. Moscow, that county DA's office is going to step away from this and go, okay, what did I learn? And what did we learn? You know, so it's going to be pretty interesting.
I think one of the things that could have happened. You're also you just put it out there, Chris. You know, here's a place that doesn't usually experience these kind of horrific crimes. They're probably not as on the ball as other areas where you're dealing with multiple murders on a weekly basis, right? I mean, here we have where it's not uncommon for for us to be communicating with families and victims and such, because it's more, this is the norm, where here it's not the norm. Then
Yeah, I mean, we had
last
three murders in a single night.
2015, right? So you're talking several years, and now it's not just like a, and I don't know anything about that murder, but what if it was a drug guy and a drug guy, right? It's two criminals. That's not going to be any kind of big news thing. Also, now for the first time, you have 4 college students where they don't have anything close like this happening.
Right.
Boom. And the police and the prosecutors, at least at that level, I'm not talking about leaving the state and going outside and getting more help from the staties and others, but that department is and the DA is probably over their head.
Yeah.
And I think that's something too that we need to look at and say, it's not necessarily an excuse, but as you said, Chris, it's something, hey, this is how we need to do it better next time, so we don't have this. God forbid it happens, right? But if it does, it's something that allows us to do a better job and be better with our families and our victims and everything else moving forward. So that
and not just in Moscow, but all over the country. People can learn from this case, the way that it's been handled. All the procedures that, I mean, they were having motions and hearings and, motion to suppress everything and gag orders and things like that. And a lot of that. And then all of a sudden it feels like they got the rug pull, So I agree with you. I think that a lot can be learned from this, but unfortunately at the expense of, the families that had to go through this 3 years. And I mean, these people were harassed. They were told they were liars. Some of them were told they were in on it. Some of them, were told that they're crazy. They need to calm down, that it's because it's, and nobody has the right to tell them anything.
No. But I will say, I mean, that's you raise some very good points, but I will say, you're not going to have a judge that probably won't host the hearings, because at the end of the day, that is going to save the judge from any kind of turn during an appeal, right? I mean, if the judge, you bring in as the defense attorney, I'm going to suppress this. If the judge says nope and doesn't even hold a hearing and listen to the evidence of why they should suppress it, now you've opened up, the moment you're convicted, I'm appealing, the judge wouldn't let me do this. So that's why it takes so long to get to where we are today, right? All those appeals, all those hearings, and suppression hearings. It's for those reasons, because at the end of the day, the judge understands the importance of this case and the ultimate outcome of what we suspect should happen, which is a guilty finding. If the evidence comes in properly and it shows beyond a reasonable doubt, which I think they would definitely do. But if he doesn't do it right and make sure that he's heard everything, God forbid now, 10 years from now, when they're in an appeal saying, hey, we should have suppressed this, and the appeals court comes back and says, yeah, you should have had the hearing. We're vacating the thing, go back, hold the hearing, and then start it all over again, right?
Yeah.
Right. So there is the reason why it takes so darn long.
Yeah, I think
Again, at that point, I think you can slow roll a little bit. If I get approached, hey, I'm ready to make a deal. What can we do? It seemed like it came pretty fast, because today, wasn't it today or Friday that they came out and said, hey, you're not going to be able to make this argument about another person
alternative
the alternate, right? So I mean, to turn around that fast, I mean, again,
well, they were delayed too, or they asked for a delay and they got denied on that too.
Yeah. Yeah, the judge brought the hammer home, and I made a comment about, Lady Justice having the sword and taking a swing. And I don't think the family feels like their sword was swung for them. And in some points, they're justified to feel that way, and 1,000%. I mean, they may have. I think the prosecution also dodged a bullet here in some sense. And here's what I mean by this, and I'm going to qualify that statement. Number one, the investigator had 2 years experience as an investigator, never investigated a homicide in his life, former military guy, he was an MP in the Army, a lot different than working murder. Okay?
Right.
I mean, they're not even in the same neighborhood.
MPs aren't. It's
Right.
CID, the Criminal Investigation Division of the Army, that does those kind of investigation. MPs, being in the military, MPs are not investigators.
Okay, so that's the first bullet dodged, because an experienced death penalty defense attorney will hang you out to dry, throw you upside down, and get your shoe size simultaneously. So that is a bullet dodged. They destroyed the house. That is a bullet dodged. No matter what anybody was thinking, I know how my own personal opinion is, at some point that house was going to be a major issue. And guess what? It's gone. And so that is another. So I'm trying to think, okay, why does the prosecution go now and now drop here at the 11th hour, 59th minute? Hey, by the way, Ann, okay, you've just lost all of this stuff. You've lost all your motions. You can't bring in an alternative suspect. Everything's deny. And it's taken almost 3 years to get here. November will be 3 years. Okay. That's a long time for even a death penalty case. I mean, we did Wilson in 14 months and it was over. Okay. And a lot of that goes back to your point earlier, Jeff, the experience level of the agencies and or the county involved. Okay. So the first situation that came in, when Judge kept going, well, I'm really worried about the feelings, and okay, courts need to knock that crap off. Judges need to knock off the fact that there are feelings involved. You need to follow the Constitution, follow the rule of law, follow your state's penal code system, and see if the cases fit. Facts, evidence, that's it. That's why Lady Justice wears the blindfold. Okay. And that's why she has 2 scales. She doesn't care about feelings. Okay. She doesn't care about feelings. Okay. And, as a result of that, you get these rulings that, quite frankly, in my opinion, Judge, he made a comment one time that says, well, I am going to consider the defendant's family travel and how all of that's going to work out. Okay, what? Where, why, when, who? Okay. Meanwhile, you have the victim's families actually sitting in the courtroom. Okay. And you're going to make a decision based on somebody 3,000 miles away. All of that stuff needed to be cut through. And I think Ann Taylor made a huge mistake when she asked for a change of venue. Because when it went to Boise, and we said this, Boise is what we call a blue dot. A lot of ex-retired PD guys, and if Bob Gillham's in here, Bob, if you jump into the chat, if you're here, a lot of those guys and gals work at the courthouse. And I was talking to Bob behind the scenes, and he was telling me about the new prosecutor that was brought on. And he says, that guy is wicked, really good. And so they brought him in to offset Santa Claus, okay, who was the other prosecutor, the guy with the big white beard. Okay. Well, they brought him over for that reason. And when you see that happening, okay. When
Gary's
you see
making me laugh.
Chris is back.
I'm watching you, Gary. You're making me
Chris
laugh.
is
Sorry.
back.
We were having a
Okay.
great show, Chris.
Time to stir it a little bit more. I love you all, but at the same time, you know me. I'm a straight shooter. I tell it the way it is. And so far we've batted 1,000 here. I mean, Gary nailed his personality. I agree that, you know, that guy, these things are all backwards. That guy over there, he nailed him, you know, 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, whatever it was, said, this is the kind of guy we're going to be looking for. Boom. Kohberger shows up and everybody goes, holy crap, that was right on. You know, as if he does that for a living. Go figure. Okay. That piece of the puzzle. Now, the second piece of this puzzle is he is not done. Bryan Kohberger's going to sign that piece of paper. And guess what? He's a celebrity.
Mm-hmm.
Am I right, Gary?
That's what we were talking about when you weren't here.
Okay. You see, I'm not so bad for an older gentleman.
I mean, he really already is a celebrity, but this sends him into the, you know, the I guess you would say the Bundys and the BTKs and things like that. I mean, he's going to join the ranks of those guys.
Well, the Oscar goes to Ann Taylor. Okay. She played it very well to the very end, tried to get him across the finish line. And guess what? She did.
Yep. She
got the death penalty taken off of the plate. She threw everything that she had. You know what? I hate to say it, but I'm a straight shooter. I'm an honest guy. That's some good defense lawyering.
Yeah, that's her job. To
drag it on for 3 years almost.
Yeah.
Without, you know, she must have ice in her veins because she did not think about anything other than Bryan Kohberger. Remember when she stood up and, you know, Karen, we're going to have to cut that clip. And Josh, remember when she stood up, and Gary and Jeff, we are 100% or something to that effect that our client did not do this crime.
Well, she called him by his first name. She told it to Judge in that courtroom, and she said he is innocent. She professed it.
Yeah, exactly. And now, Gary, I hope they let you in to talk to him. And when they call you, give me a call because I'm driving. I'm coming over.
I think they're going to send in somebody like me.
Of
you know
course.
what I mean? Somebody, you know, not that I'm sort of sui generis, you know, but I'm sure that they'll find somebody Gary-esque, you know, to go in there and talk to him because you need a certain background, I think, to do.
We want you to go in, Gary. We want you to do it.
But this guy will, you know, he can make. I think he would make mincemeat out of a lot of people that will go in there. I mean, do you remember that video of him with the cop that pulled him over?
Yeah.
I mean, he devours you with facts and being smarter than you and all this other, you know. Fortunately, I don't think he's smarter than me. So I would go in there and not be threatened. But the thing is, I think that he has a way of getting under the skin of wanting to be smarter than people and insulting them and condescending and chiseling at them. What really bothers me about this whole thing, though, is that in the twisted logic of this, you know, and we don't have to say allegedly now, but if he's the kind of guy I think he is, in the twisted logic of such a person, the idea is, I'm the interesting one, and everybody's giving attention to this person just because they're beautiful and they're kind and whatever. Look at me. I'm the smart one. No one even knows I'm alive, whatever. And unfortunately, the way that he orchestrated it, they're deceased. They get robbed of everything they had. And he turns out looking like the interesting one in the center of attention. And I hate it because it worked out that he got, in a twisted way, what he wanted. And it bothers me, but I guess at the end of the day, there's nothing else that could happen. We were saying, Chris, I really want your thoughts on this, though. We were talking about the question of whether this guy would wind up in general population or isolated. And Jeff and I were saying this guy would last 5 minutes in a general population situation. I just want to know what you picture about that. I really do. It fascinates me.
Well, they're going to put him in a 24-hour,
Like a bubble, the boy in the
shield.
bubble.
Yeah, they're going to put him in special housing, and he'll have his very own, 4x6 place to walk, and then he'll get 1 hour a day to come out in the little cage and walk around, do his little push-ups and et cetera. But the problem that he's going to have is if he does get out into mainline, which I don't see that happening personally, because he's too much of a high-profile threat. Can you imagine if something did happen to him, the Department of Corrections would be under such a microscope. He's going to be like Dennis. He's going to sit in a little room somewhere. He's going to get an hour a day.
He's going to be in that prison like Colorado. I forget the name, but the Supermax where everyone's in their cell 20.5 hours a day.
I wonder if he gets conjugal visits.
Well, I don't know about that.
Would be lovers that because believe me, he's going to get them. Just like Ramirez, and remember Ramirez had that. Yeah. That these women that were hurling themselves at him, and they would get private time with him. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he develops a relationship in jail.
He's going to go to a max 5, which is the top number, right? And kind of like up in Pelican Bay. Josh, you know where Pelican Bay is.
Been there many times.
And have you ever been in?
I have. And, matter of fact, I actually showed up with the wrong type of shoes on. I had to go to Walmart and get different shoes because there was too much color on my shoes. I had to have white or black, I believe, shoes and blue jeans. There's a dress code. I mean, they are very strict on those places. Yes. I
went up to Pelican Bay one time to interview a homicide suspect. The guy's name was Solano Beltran. And he was actually with the Sinaloa cartel. And we had a hit. And my partner and I went up there, and we get up there, and as you're coming through the gate, we went through a different gate. And then they hand you a piece of paper. And you read the paper, and then they grill you. Do you understand what it says? Yes, sir. Okay, well, what does it say? It says you don't have a hostage policy. He says, that's correct. Yes. So if something happens and you get taken hostage, guess what? We're not coming for you. Okay. You're on your own. And so we go into the SHU, which is a special housing, and each prisoner is escorted with 2 guards on the side and 1 guard up top on a catwalk. They're waist chained and they're ankle chained. And they escort them down these hallways one at a time. One at a time. Long story short, they pluck, Solano down. And if you're watching from Pelican Bay, I hope you're doing well. Anyway, he's sitting there in the little chair, and I come in, sit down. My partner comes in, sits down, and I said, "Hey, Solano, nice to see you." He goes, "Hey, how you doing, McDonough?" And I said, "Great, great, great," because he was part of a gang called Pasole, which was, a pretty rough crew. Long story short, I said, "You know why we're here?" And he goes like this. I said, "You want to talk to us about this? If you do, I'm going to read your Miranda rights." He goes, I said, I figured that. Thank you so much. I had to check it off my list anyway, that we came up here to talk to you. So have a good night. And we turned around, walked out. The guard, the Department of Corrections guy goes, "Are you guys done?" I said, "Yeah, he's not going to tell us anything." It's like blowing out a light bulb. You can shuffle him back into room 4, wherever you got him. And we left. And that was the end of it. And that's going to be Bryan. He's not going to be like Lori Vallow. Go ahead, Gary.
No. I'm going.
No, he's going to be like Bryan, or that Bryan is going to be like Solano, where, everybody's going to shuffle in. They're going to want to get his, time and date. We want to come sit down with you. They're going to write him letters, and he's going to respond, right, Gary? And he's going to send you letters and drawings.
Oh, I think we are going to cross paths at some point. I
He's gonna
mark
send
my
you his-
words. But yeah, because I think that he's going to say, I watched that show where you guys had me, you were talking about me. How did you know that? That kind of thing. But and this is where you were wrong. But I have to tell you, Chris, that the thing we have to take into consideration is that this guy now carries an autism diagnosis. He was a board certified psychologist, neuropsychologist diagnosed him. And autism in the, if he carry, I mean, look, I'm not making any statements about whether he has autism or not. I didn't examine him. But autism in a prison population is a very different animal, because there is an increasing understanding that that portion of the population dealing with autism needs certain services in jail, like not being in overly stimulating environments that can be exacerbating of symptoms, social difficulties, and so forth. So what I would expect is that if that diagnosis holds, they're going to go for, okay, he's pleading, but there have to be services available in that kind of situation where he's given special care and isolation and all of that. And I mean, wouldn't you think if that diagnosis is useful for getting him into a safer environment? I mean, even just things as simple as, like, this guy is going to demand very specific kinds of meals when he's there. Very regimented. Right. Yeah.
Do you think he's going to find religion? And do you think he's going to, stay a vegan?
Well, I think that it's a really interesting question. This kind of character, I think the whole point is that they're sort of trying to wear the mask of a certain kind of, an upstanding guy. A lot of these people come from Christian homes or religious homes or whatever. But the fact is, some of them are kind of psychopathic or whatever, and they just don't really believe in it. It's like their moral compass just doesn't really match it. But they want desperately to have that sense of belonging, predictability, and regiment. But I don't know why there are these Harpo Marx sounds coming out of the computer. But is everybody hearing that, or is it just me? Yeah, what is that noise? It's like a slide.
On Chris's end, sorry.
Okay, it's bizarre.
It's aliens.
Yeah,
it's the Greys.
I like how
the Greys. They're coming to talk to us. Are you hearing things, Doctor?
Yeah.
Are you hearing things?
Exactly.
Right. Okay, finish your thought.
But the point is, I think that what happens with some of these people is because they're looking for a kind of predictability in their relationships, and what is it that I need to do for people to find me good or interesting or whatever. A lot of them do fall in love with some kind of identity. That's why so many of them are drawn to law enforcement, because it's a regimented, predictable kind of thing that they could do, or even the military for a lot of them. So it's not that they believe in what it stands for. They just like the uniform and the power and the firearm and And
did you hear that, Jeff? He's taking a shot at us.
No, not at all. I think you guys have the moral compass
and law enforcement.
Well, you guys are doing it for the right reasons. You get what I'm saying. Same thing happens with people that go to seminaries and things like that. They're the ones that believe in the philosophy that underlies it, and then there are the ones that are attracted to the trappings, and they're not they don't really believe in what it stands for. You see that with politicians and other people. So what I think is ultimately that I could see him being interested in an identity that could be afforded by something like that. So if somebody comes in and says in the narrative arc, now you really are a good man. You really could contribute to society. I could see him getting sucked into that. But at the end of the day, I wonder to what degree he really feels it. I don't see this guy sobbing his eyes out because he comes to the realization that he murdered people. I just think some people just don't have that moral compass. And I could just see him, going, boy, that was terrible. Like when Dahmer would talk in that very intellectualized way about his murders, and he'd say, boy, am I a terrible person. I can't believe I did what I did. And you're sitting there going, you would do it again. If you were in a room with one of these people, you would do it again right now.
He admits
right now, you would do it. Right. I almost have more respect for the killers that just tell you the truth. Like Dodd, when they said to Dodd, what would you do if we let you out? He'd say, I'd go find a kid.
Yeah, I'd kill again.
At least he told the truth that he was disgusting. That kind of thing.
James Holmes did that too, right?
A lot of there are a few of them that did that. They just
Again,
told the truth
Paul,
about that. They had no
again.
remorse at all, none. And I'm sorry, I don't see this guy having remorse. Do you, Chris?
No, do you think he's going to give up the knife panel question?
That's a good question. I bet he knows where it is.
Not if it's not part of the plea deal.
Jeff?
I don't think so. And here's the thing with the plea deal, unless the defense has agreed, which I can't see them doing, he's just going to plead guilty to the facts. Enough, they'll read the facts. This is the evidence we have that we would prove in court if we went to trial. So you can't, it's not like he's cooperating to get a reduced sentence from life or the death penalty, right? I mentioned earlier, I've had people plead to death or to life with their cooperation to get it less than life. So that means they're going to be giving up other homicides. It's going to give up all the evidence where everything happened. They're going to talk about it. What other murders is he aware of? I really can't see him knowing other people that would have committed these kind of murders that he's going to be able to come to us and say, here's what I've got. And part of that means, yes, this is where I hid the knife. This is where I sat, or this is how I did. This is where I peeped through the windows because that was a party house. This is where I came to party. And so I got a good layout and knew the whole house of how I could maneuver through it. I don't see that happening. So I don't think he's going to give that kind of information up. He's going to go in on Wednesday and just, yep, I did it. I know the rights I'm giving up. So that way he'll admit to the facts, but he won't give anything up. And it's gonna. So I see this happen. The only thing I could see is I don't even see him being honest. If a news station or somebody, we talked it earlier, if he agrees to interview him, I think he's going to play with them like there's no tomorrow. He's going to interview, he'll admit to certain things, but he will play them because they're not going to be savvy enough to really sit there and go through the baloney that he's going to feed them. So he will never give up where that knife is. He'll never give up certain facts. If that's how, unless someone really, really good gets in there and spends a long time, because let's say, Gary, you get to go interview him, right? As you said earlier, he's going to be lying you out for a long time. It's going to take a long time to get him to give everything.
Because he lacks, it's a problem in people who lack empathy, is that they can't feel that you could tell they're lying. So they're sitting there telling you crap, they're pulling your leg, and you're sitting there going, you actually think that I believe you were out stargazing? And that sheath with your DNA with a 1 in 27 octillion chance of being anybody else's in the world other than somebody directly related to you was brought in by drone and dropped under or next to the body of a victim while you were looking at stars? You actually think I believe that? And you know what? They did think we believed it. They actually had the chutzpah, the unmitigated gall to put that stupid story out, because I think he pulled the strings and said, this is a terrific alibi. Brilliant. Terrific. It's the dumbest story ever. It's up there with the Twinkie defense. One day when they write books about this case, it's going to become the classic stupid story. And the thing is, now we don't have to pretend it's legit. I mean, now we could just say it was dumb. And that's what I think is that this guy can't tell that people think he's a fool. You know what I'm saying? I mean, can you imagine, for example, this guy was supposed to be some kind of, he thinks he's like some kind of genius of crime or whatever. He made amateur hour mistakes. For somebody that wrote a paper about how to get away brilliantly with crime and all this thing, it was like he didn't read. It's like he didn't take like Crime 101. I mean, he did the dumbest possible things. And the other thing is, where I could see this guy getting transactional with the ego that he has and trying to trade for something, I could see him actually having the nerve to say, let me help you solve cases. Let me give you insights into offenders on on why they did, like he's Hannibal Lecter or something, right? Like they're going to go in and say, let me show you the crime scene photos, Brian. And let me ask your opinion on what happened here. You know that's what this guy is going to do because he thinks that he could be useful to law enforcement. I mean, are you kidding me? I would, and we don't need your help, sir. You thought we believed you about stargazing. Give me a break.
The Otis effect.
But you know, there's the other thing that you didn't mention too is like there's so many people who don't understand the criminal mind to begin with, right?
Exactly.
You know, it's why you have all these people like, oh, he's innocent, and they do all this stuff, right? Because at the end of the day, they won't put themselves. They look at life like, oh, I'm a good person, I don't break the law. I'm glad there's most people like that, but the problem is that's not how criminals think and how criminals operate. And unless you're willing to say, I've got to suspend the goodness in me to look at them and see how criminals operate, how criminals think, no one will get it. People won't get it. And that goes to your point where they believe the baloney, I went out stargazing. Like, who? No.
It's nonsense. Can we just admit that it was the stupidest thing ever? I mean, let me ask you guys, okay? There are a few of us here that have a lot of experience with offenders, okay? What was the most boneheaded thing Kohberger did, in your opinion, that made it look like this guy, with everything he studied, what was the most boneheaded move? I'm just curious. One day when they write this story, now that he's admitting he did it, what are experts going to say? It is kind of hard to believe he did that. I'm just curious. I've been thinking about this since this news broke.
Well, I mean, he turned off his phone.
There are so many. You can name 10.
Yeah, his alibi. By the way, the Twinkie defense was way better than his.
Twinkie defense.
I mean, you've eaten junk food before and you feel all kind of, I mean, at least that's something. Hey, my sugar was too high or something. I wasn't stargazing. I don't know. I mean,
how about returning to the crime scene 5 hours later before police even knew there were murder victims in there?
Right. How
on
about
video?
Let himself get seen and walked out and left. And thank God the witness was left alive. How about that he actually sat on a seat and committed some possible signature element with the carving and a victim when he should have been getting out of Dodge.
Buying a knife off of Amazon with a credit card.
Leaving the sheet, letting his car get picked up on cameras.
Can you imagine his review of that knife on Amazon?
That's it. And then he buys another one so he can say, oh, I have the sheath like they couldn't tell. I mean, you can go back 10 years on your Amazon history. I don't know what he was thinking that he was going to do there. Hey, I did buy one of those knives, but I have it upstairs. It's fully intact. And I've never even brought it out. They're like, well, didn't you buy one months before that too? Oh yeah, that one, that's a big problem.
Well, I just think, go ahead, please.
I was just going to say, here's the other thing. And this is why I did disagree with the one chief who was talking about, oh, he was like one of us. Just because you study criminal justice or anything in college doesn't, until you get done and actually start using skills, actual investigations, that's classroom. That's nothing, right? You don't know it till you actually do it.
Yeah, I don't even think I don't think he's as smart as people give him credit for. Well, yeah, he could probably put puzzles together really well. Congratulations.
But when you look at it's to me, it's everything, right? It takes a while. I do get mad when people say, "Oh, it took so long." Well, things sometimes take a little bit to develop because you need to get a few things right. You talk to the two victims. The guy was messed up. He had bushy hair or bushy eyebrows. Okay. Lots of people have bushy eyebrows. My partner for years, had the unibrow because he was Greek and he had the big. But as you start doing things and peeling things back, let's start looking at Ring cameras, see what we pick up. And what do you have? You have the white car. Now we start saying, okay, because if you remember, within a week or so, out comes, we're looking for this white car. And lo and behold, somebody sees a white car in Washington and runs the plate. Now we've got a license plate name. Now we need to start developing evidence. You never get that from a college classroom. They talk stuff, but it's not even as close as what you get when you go to an academy and actually start doing stuff and then practicing and then doing it for real. Because how many times the first time you did an interview, Gary, you look back at it now going, holy crap, I screwed that up. How did I ever get
well, that's actually a very funny story, because the first time I did an interview, it was for the person that had to certify that I was able to do them. And the offender that I talked to, who was drug addicted, fell asleep and had a long string of drool coming out of their mouth during the interview. And the interviewer said, you have to finish the interview. So I was asking questions of a person who was like in a state of semi-syncope. And I'm going, so where were you born? And the head is back and the drool is coming out. And I basically passed. But I mean, the answers were snores and snorts. It was the most ridiculous thing. I wanted to poke them with a stick. It was so ridiculous. But the thing is, you know, that everybody's first interview is memorable. Chris, you remember yours?
My first interview, you know, to be honest with you, I remember my first arrest, and maybe that would have been my first interview. It was a guy coming out of a window in the back of a pawn shop. It was a burglary. And my partner, his name was Mauger, John Mauger, was at the other end of the building. This guy comes crawling out and took off, and we gunned him down. And he said, quote, while holding his hands up, "Go ahead and shoot me."
That's your first.
That was my first arrest. And I was like, that's going to leave a mark, you know, up here. And I'm like, do I, you know, what do I do here, John? You know, hook him up, man, hook him up. And we hooked him up, and yeah, and you know, he didn't cop out to anything. I mean, we had eyes on him that he came out of the window. But my first murder interview, I do remember. It was a kid by the name of Quilly Harvey, who executed a guy in front of his children while playing baseball on a baseball field. He had his 3 kids on the baseball field, and he was hitting the ball to them, and he was wearing a red cap. And Jeff, you'll get this pretty quickly. And he walked up and shot him in the head in front of his 3 children. And when we got him, I looked at him and I said, you know, help me understand what took place here. Quote, I didn't like his hat. What do you mean? It was red. I'm a Crip. And this was a total random father with 3 kids playing baseball in a baseball field. And he executed the guy in front of his children because he thought the guy was offensive for wearing a red hat in a Crip neighborhood.
That's why I had to change shoes in Pelican Bay.
Well, yeah, Quilly went up. Quilly's gone. And if you're watching, I hope you're doing well.
Shout out to the people in Pelican Bay.
Shout out to the Pelicans.
You'd believe that, right? From your experience with gangs.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that somebody would kill you over your hat. Absolutely.
I remember talking to a detective. I forget where he was. I was at a conference, and he mentioned how this woman at her wedding was killed because she threw her hand. She was like dancing, and she did something like this, and everyone knows that this is the crown, right? Latin kings, and the Latin king saw it, but this is disrespecting the kings. Shoots her because you're disrespecting the king. Yeah, I mean, gang members.
Well, Jeff, you'll find this funny. So not funny, but you'll find it entertaining. And then I want to get Karen's response to the knife because we didn't get to
Yeah.
ask her, does she still think he has the knife? But real fast, it was a quinceañera, okay? And we had homeboys on one side and homeboys on the other side, and they were both from two different sets, and they were invited to the quinceañera. Okay, so while everybody's, celebrating, well, at some point the quinceañera has to come to an end, okay? And home fries went out into the parking lot, and Josh, you'll appreciate this. And they started, mad dogging each other. Next thing you know it, here comes a 9, and boom, boom, boom. They cap one guy, and he drops dead on the beach, running away. And then both parties start spreading. Next thing you know it, his name was Slow Joe. Slow, how you doing, buddy? I hope you're doing
Shout
well.
out to Slow Joe.
Shout out to Slow. Well, he comes out with an SKS, okay, 223 rounds going down range rapidly and hits 5 people.
Jeez.
And a couple of them survive. We called them the colostomy gang because the rounds went up through their tush because they were running, okay? And they all ended up getting colostomy bags, okay? Like 2, I think 2 of the 5 ended up getting colostomy bags. And so we crowned them the colostomy gang. Long story short, I get home fries in, what was his name? Casper. I get him down at Scripps La Jolla. He's in the trauma center there. They got all the bells and whistles on him, and all of our ICU nurses. You guys are amazing out there. You're amazing. Anyway, I get in there, and Home Fries has all of the machines going, the beeps and the bells and the whistles. Nobody's throwing any signs in that room. And I walk in, and I look at him, and oh, by the way, his right hand had already been blown off for putting his hand up like that with a shotgun coming his way. So he was already missing this hand. Now he's earning himself, the next merit badge. It will be the colostomy badge, right? Like from the Cub Scouts. He lost the hand badge, got that one already earned. Now he's going to get a second one. And so I walk up to him and I said, Casper, can you hear me? He looks at me, yeah, man, how you doing? I said, good, brother. I said, what happened? I don't know. Oh, you don't know? Okay, that's fine. You know where I'm going with this, right? You want to tell me? We'll handle it. I figured you were going to say that. Well, good day. Have a good day. See you on the next one. And anyway, the gun was smuggled in from a Marine unit that came back during the first Gulf War in the wheel well of a Humvee.
Wow.
From Iraq.
Wow.
How about that one for you? They stuck it up in the Humvee. They loaded it up on a ship. It ended up at Camp Pendleton. It ended up out in the street, and it was sold to the gang.
Oh my
And it
God.
was used to mow down 5 separate people.
Gang stuff is extraordinary. I mean, in fact, before this Kohberger news broke, the story, other than that horrendous ambushing of the firefighters, my God, those families, those victims are in my thoughts and prayers, I'm sure all of us, but it's horrendous. And I heard they caught the guy, they have a suspect, that is to say. But the story
he killed himself before he got arrested. He killed himself.
Oh, I haven't heard that yet. Is that right?
They were triangulating on him, and he killed himself.
I have to look that up. I was fascinated by that, and then this took the day over, so I haven't heard it. But the story that I was interested in pursuing, I thought of you, Jeff, was that it came out that El Chapo was actually using a hacker to get into FBI databases and so forth to find where informants were to send people to go kill them.
Yeah.
That story, listen, that's an episode in and of itself, but I thought of you. I said, man, do I have to talk to Jeff What about that story? You can't make this stuff up. I mean, whoa.
The extent of what people do. I remember it was right before I got to the Boston office, a year or two before, but they had an employee who would run license plates for a gang member and would tell them, "Oh, that's one of our cars. That's an FBI guy," right? They were trying to get the informant to find out who the informant was. And when we made the arrest, when the FBI made the arrest of the gang, they walked up to her while she was still in the office working, click, click, and arrested her.
Wow.
That you can't make this stuff up. I mean, it's. I mean, I know. I think Chris, you want to ask Karen about the knife. I just wanted to throw that out there. That's a chat we've got to have one day with Jeff about this stuff. I mean, imagine hacking to find these guys. I mean, this must have been a pretty sophisticated operation.
Oh, it would have been, and
It's
they would
worse today with the open source intelligence capabilities. That's why it's so important for these law enforcement guys and gals to cover their faces. It's not that they're just enforcing the laws. It's the other side of that coin. Just look what happens on YouTube. Look at the comment section in any YouTube channel.
No man's
and
land.
See how many, problems there that can create, right?
Yeah.
Glad I asked if I had no one answer. I just wanted to pinch on the sub that we're talking about. Nothing. Okay, well,
Maybe
we
she can
haven't
ask her
answered it
question
yet
again.
because there it is.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
What are your thoughts? Anything is possible, right? Yeah.
Casey got it off because the investigator who did the download on her computer screwed it up.
Well, they also overcharged her because they didn't know how the child died either.
Well, no, they overcharged, but I've talked to agents who do all the downloads of computers and everything, and there's very specific ways of doing things, and they did something incorrectly on the download where the defense attorney was able to say, this is incorrect, and as such, this evidence is suppressed, where it shows where she was actually searching for things that if they were able to use, it would have proven that she had done what they accused her of doing. But, again, that's why trials are so difficult, because you get one little thing that puts that reasonable doubt into a juror's mind. For me, I know now that I'm out, I listen to everyone, but when I made an arrest, you were guilty. I never said, oh, you allegedly. I'll let the attorneys, I let everyone else say, if you were asked me as the investigator, no, that person's guilty. I have the evidence. I know I know I have what I have. There's no ifs and or buts. But I was very lucky in either everyone pled guilty or was found guilty in my cases. But I've seen cases where I know the person is guilty. There's not a doubt in my mind, but a mistake is made, or the defense does just the right job to throw that reasonable doubt in, and the prosecutor during the trial can do something that makes a mistake. I saw my partner. He made a great case. He saw the guy. He identified the guy. But during the trial, the prosecutor, there was two of them, and the younger one made a mistake when he asked the other person for, do you see the person in the courtroom today? The day when the way that the kid wasn't prepped right. So when the kid saw when he heard the question, he thought it was being asked, is the guy looking the same basically as he did the day he made the drugs? And a year and a half, 2 years later, no, the guy had shaved his head, so he had short hair. He didn't have the long dreads. And he goes, no, I don't see him. No. There goes a reasonable doubt, because now he's saying the guy isn't here when he was. It's just, and now you can't come back and re-ask because it's asked and answered.
Well, I've seen judges throw out DNA evidence. They said, well, we're not going to allow this in. And they're going, well, this is kind of our case. This is a lot of our case. And, well, it's maybe this type of DNA testing, is not really something that we rely on. And it can completely screw a case up for prosecutors, even though the DNA testing may not have been done in that state ever. It had been done in other states. And that really handcuffs prosecutors as well. So you just never know what's going to happen at a jury trial. And I understand there are people in the chat, and people are going to say, well, why would people be so upset about this plea deal? And it's because of the families. That's why. It's because the families are the ones that have to live with this. The rest, we all, unfortunately, we all move on, but this is them forever. They're the ones that have to deal with this forever. So I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
Don't forget either, parents expect their kids to outlive them.
Yes.
Right.
It's harder for a parent to deal with losing their kids, especially, anyway, let alone this, and realize my kid didn't outlive me, right? So it's a double blow in a way for them losing their children to this. So,
and I wanted to go back to a point Gary made earlier about this, what bothers him about this news today. I think what bothers me about this, and maybe in chat you guys feel this way or you don't. I feel like my team lost. I feel like team justice was not fully served, and it's bothersome to me in this scenario that it does feel like a win for the defense. Let's remember, as Chris said earlier, he's got to hand it to Ann Taylor, pulling out all the tricks and tools in their bag. And she started with the gag order. I was a journalist for 35 years. I've never seen an almost 3-year gag order in a trial, in a murder case. I've never seen something go on that long. That the house being destroyed, right? The University of Idaho president writing a book and talking about the murders like a year after they happened, well before there was going to be a trial on this. We've got the first judge in the case. He didn't even want the case. He kicked it down to Ada County, said, I'm retiring. My courthouse can't handle a media circus like this. I don't even want to deal with it. And then I think the sealed motions, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of motions over the course of 3 years that the defense was successful, very successful in doing in this case. And I think Jeff, you made the point a couple hours ago on this. We don't really know. We know a lot of the facts of the case. We have a timeline. We have a 911 call. Chris, to your point, we don't have the murder weapon. My personal opinion is BK is never going to give up where he tossed the knife. I don't think it's at his parents' house in Pennsylvania. I think they would have found it. I don't think it was in his Washington State apartment. I think it's gone. And I don't think he'll ever give that up. But
it's
all of these, go ahead.
I think the knife's in a river.
Yeah. Yeah. It's bottom of the Snake River at this point, probably. Right. And so just all those things and being on this journey, I talk about this collective journey, watching this all unfold over a couple of years. But Josh, to your point, you're right. Like, we go on to other cases. It's the victims' families that have to deal with this and live with this. And it does feel like, in a way, justice wasn't served. And I get it. There's a lot of different ways to look at this. He's going to be spending, if this plea deal goes through, and it looks like it's going to, he's spending the rest of his life in prison. Gary, to your point, it's not a picnic. It's not a cakewalk. I do feel for the families, that the families say, look, this guy's alive, can communicate. He can communicate with his family, maybe by phone, by letter, by email, whatever. But their loved ones are gone. So I just think my overall take on this, it is what it is. It does feel like justice hasn't been served. And obviously, there's the other side to this as well, but and it's still shocking. And again, I go back to my heart is with these families because they're still trying to digest this. They're going to be watching the plea hearing on Wednesday. They're going to be preparing for their victim impact statement. We don't know how soon, if it's coming up in a couple of weeks, we don't know, that, but this whole journey has been such a roller coaster, and it's left at the family's feet. And, that's where my heart is on this.
Yeah.
I'm just going to throw out as an investigator type thing where when I first saw on the news that this broke like this, right? Because as Gary said earlier, I was trying more to follow the sniper with the firefighters. And then all of a sudden I'm watching the news. Oh, he's pleading guilty. And I'm like, holy crap. And for me, look, Chris, I'm sure you felt the same way. I have a love-hate relationship with my prosecutors. I have mostly a hate relationship with defense attorneys. But I also see the other side of the coin, being there in prepping for trial, doing the trials, and though to me, I'm like, why does he deserve to live when these 4 people are dead? That's a very big thing for people who are okay with the death penalty. I mean, I worked with a guy in the military who he does not believe in the death penalty, but he doesn't believe in anything, right? Like when it comes to people dying, he's like, I can understand some people who don't believe in the death penalty, but for someone who I think, the death penalty is a tool. I can see that we feel us. I'm not talking about the family, us, why there isn't justice. But I would disagree that there is justice. It's just not the justice we were looking for. The family is going to be totally different, right? Because they're the ones impacted. They're the ones that are going to have to deal with this and live with this and try and come to grips, as Josh has mentioned, right? I have to come to grips with that. But, at the end of the day, my love-hate relationship with the prosecutors is they don't want to go to trial a lot of times. They don't, because they're afraid to lose, right? Because you get that one juror, and I know everyone here, I've seen the different comments. The evidence is overwhelming. I agree, but you get the one juror, and you can set things back. Look at Gary Sampson in Massachusetts and New Hampshire, right? Here he is, a serial killer, kills these 3 people, and then years later, 10 plus years later, while he's on death row, it turns out that one of the jurors lied about her being a victim of a violent crime, and now everything's done, and you're doing the whole trial over again, right? If you do this plea deal right, there are no appeals. He's guilty. He's in jail for the rest of the life. The justice system in overall, to me, has worked in the sense that he's going to jail forever. It's as you said, here are the families that are like, hey, this came out of the blue. Where was the victim witness specialist talking to families, hey, we're now looking at a possible plea deal where they can hear it first and not see it on the news, or hear it like 10 minutes before it's put out on the news, right? Just things, food for thought, right? I mean, Chris, you've had a lot of cases too. It's so tough and it's so hard for us to really get into the details of why people do some of the things they do, like why prosecutors do the things they do. Again, it goes back to me saying I have that love-hate relationship with them.
Yeah, that's a good
And
point. Go ahead,
to
Ken.
your point, Jeff, Chris always says it's never a slam dunk, which is why we were so upset when they tore down the crime scene for what seemed like ridiculous reasons. They, oh, we don't want to traumatize students walking by. We didn't want to have an edifice for a reminder of that the 4 students were killed. Crazy reasons. Like, do all that, but if there's going to be a trial, leave it up.
Well,
right?
because
Let a
how
potential
many
jury
times
see
in
it.
a trial does the jury get to go and see the actual crime scene?
Often.
You turn it down. There's
Right.
no.
Well, yeah, not in this case.
And I understand. Oh, we could take lots of photos, and with AI, when there's a police officer involved shooting or a homicide like this, they bring the cameras up that take so many photographs they can 3D everything. But it's not the same as taking a juror member, putting them in the crime scene. This is the crime scene. I can see what happened here because you're not going to get rid of everything that happened because it's sealed and it's there forever. Hey, I'm sorry the students have to walk by it, but guess what? They're not the ones that were in the house who were killed. Suck it up, Buttercup, is what I want to say. We need that house for a reason.
Yeah, life stuff.
We need it.
Right. I agree with you, Jeff.
Yeah, there were so many aspects to this. As Chris said, well, I'll just make a point quickly and I'll let Gary answer that question. But there were so many aspects to this on both sides, right? They put a guy with 2 years experience on the most intense national quadruple murder in the last decade. Okay. On the state side, they allowed the house to be torn down. They apparently didn't, they allowed the gag order to go through. Okay, fine. They don't want leaks. Interesting how it all turns out at the end of the day with the Dateline show, et cetera, et cetera. And, there were many, many things on both sides, but just Chris, as you've said, it's never, agree with you, Jeff, it's never a slam dunk. You can have DNA evidence, you can have digital data, you can have an eyewitness, you can have, I guess a partial eyewitness, and it's never going to be a slam dunk. It may not turn out that way. But I think juries in general get it right. In general, not all the time. But I think that airing of the evidence is something that the victims' families seem to be wanting, the vocal ones, and of course, all of us. So it's not that justice wasn't served. I do agree with you. If this goes that way, it will be. But I'm on the side that says, gosh, it just doesn't feel... something doesn't feel like justice was fully served here for the victims, my opinion. And with that, I'm going to let you guys keep talking. I've got to go give Buddy his medicine. So
Okay.
I'm going to bug off. But thank you. And Jeff, by the way, I apologize for getting your name wrong. So I called you the wrong name. You're Jeff Wood, and we love having you here on the interview room. So my apologies with that.
No worries. It's all good.
All right. Josh, Dr. Gary, thank you so much. Keep going, guys.
All right.
Good job,
Thanks.
hon.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks
Bye.
for holding the fort down.
Chris, you might be out of a hosting gig here soon.
I hope so with her. She's amazing. She really is. Now you know why I was afraid of her when she was a journalist. I never wanted to see my stuff above the fold. So I think this is all just begun. And Gary, there was a question here. I think you answered it earlier, but just for KB.
Okay.
Do you think he's going to want to talk about this stuff, and you think he's going to try to monetize it?
Well, first of all, I just on Karen's point, I just want to make sure I get a chance to say that there were things in this story that were so interpersonally tone deaf and insensitive, and that were so boneheaded that you can almost smell Bryan behind them, because they're the behaviors of they look like things he would do. That's what I'm saying. Stories that nobody would believe, and behaviors that were callous and just not thought through. And it's hard to imagine that he didn't somehow infect the whole world around him, as people like that can do. I think that you have to understand, to get into the brain of Kohberger in the way that I have unfortunately tried to, because it's dark and scary in there. I think you have to picture a person who was trying very hard to succeed socially, particularly with women, and couldn't understand how to make a science out of it. If you could program him like a computer to do it, he would, but socially he was just sort of a failure. We sort of predicted that whoever did this would have some kind of social awkwardness and be weird and kind of paranoid and off-putting. And what I think is that this guy is now being programmed on what he needs to do to get attention and be interesting to people, right? So you have to picture somebody who, he's now like on the front page of the news again. And, that's the whole thing, is that I am worried that he is learning that this is what he needs to do. Even in isolation, he's still going to constantly be a center of attention. The first person to get in there and interview him, the first person that gets to write a book about him, the first person. Now, do I think he directly would monetize? No, I'm not even sure that he would be allowed to, depending upon the laws of Idaho. For example, in New York, there'd be no shot. There would be laws that would prevent such a thing. But I do think that for him, monetizing is not about money. If what you mean is, will he find a way to tease information to get certain things, tease information to be interesting? Yeah, but I agree with Jeff that he doesn't even have to tell the truth. Anything this guy says, he'll get what he wants. And that's what he's learning, is I think he's learning that there are ways to get attention. There are ways to get leverage over people. And unfortunately, everybody around this guy just gets sucked right into it. He's like, as interpersonally weird as he supposedly is, it's one of the things that bothers me about this autism diagnosis, is I'm not questioning it because I never examined him. But autistic people are not manipulative. The whole point is they're not good. They're not particularly adept at understanding other people. This guy is like a master manipulator. Like, this guy could, he's like the Bobby Fischer of manipulating people. And it looks a lot more like the behavior of a psychopath. And then you have on top of that the fact that there are behaviors here that, and yes, we have to wait till the motive emerges, but from the jump, to those of us who have experience with and knowledge of serial offenders, this just looked like a fantasy-driven offender where there was sexual, undertones to the knife and the possibly looking at these conspicuously attractive young women that didn't seem to match the reality of what this guy could achieve in terms of, being with someone, and the weird stories about his attempts at dating and all that. And you just picture this kind of social loser who might be motivated by feelings of rejection and anger and sexual frustration and all that. I've said for quite a while that I'm deeply suspicious that this guy was targeting at least one victim in a special way, and that the intention was probably to take her out of the house, just like Bundy did, where you would take the person out of the house, bop them on the head sleeping, take them out of the house, and then play out a script with them somewhere where you think you're God, in the middle of probably in that park that became the center of the alibi. And I think that was the whole idea, that with the knife in hand, to say this to me, do this, that kind of thing. And the whole thing went to hell. Nothing went as planned because he was totally arrogant. Whole thing explodes, and the next thing you know, he's committed a mass murder. But I've always also been very compelled, Chris, by your point, that it also looks like a Bundy style sorority house kind of targeted, where all of them were symbolic of the women who rejected him. So I think those are things I want to get to the bottom of, but he may take that to the grave. We don't know. And he may throw morsels out there just to tease, and they're all lies. I don't believe a word of what Bundy said about some of his stories about why he did what he did. I think some of that stuff was completely made up for his own amusement. There are things that guy took to his grave. For example, he never told anyone what he did to Kimberly Leach. You see what I'm saying? So go ahead, Jeff. You tell me.
I gotta run.
Oh, you gotta go? It's okay. Go.
Thank you much.
I could talk to you guys all day.
You're awesome.
I'll see you guys later.
Thank you, Jeff Miller.
Yeah, it's always a great. It's wonderful to have Jeff on. Mr. Miller. Yeah.
That's Jeff Wood, everybody.
Yeah.
And, he's a great American and an amazing investigator.
And a
I'll
good,
see you on the next one, Jeff.
Karen might spit in your mac salad for
Thanks
that
for
one.
being with us this
You're
long.
welcome. Thank you guys.
All right.
Buddy. See you on the next one.
And for the two of you,
and to answer this question, no, he's not going to hurt himself. You kidding me? He's in his glory right now.
Yeah, and Chris, you know, what I was saying when you weren't on is that it sort of pisses me off that, you know, the people don't seem to realize the way trauma works, and that the whole thing at the center of this horrible loss of your children and the whole thing is that abruptness, the suddenness, that 1 minute they're there and the next minute they're not. And when you're dealing with people who have been traumatized, you don't blindside them. It can't be like that. It re-traumatizes people. You say to them, this hasn't been put out in the public yet, but this is what we're thinking about doing. We want to know your thoughts because we have to be sensitive to you, right? And then there's the other thing is you don't want to re-traumatize people in the sense of that kind of, I don't know what the word is I want to use, this thing of making what should be a very private thing out in the open in a salacious way. Like, for example, these people had to hear disgusting information about their children in the magazines and newspapers and on the internet and whatever. I mean, for God's sake, give them some privacy and a feeling that something is sacred, right? Like they used to say in ancient Rome, is nothing sacred? Right? And Chris, you know what I'm saying? I mean, for God's sake, be sensitive to these people.
We heard it yesterday. We heard it yesterday when one of the guys who was shot, and one of the firefighters, and he was given a description of the suspect, and you hear it on the radio, and it was broadcasted all over as it was going down. Go ahead, Josh.
Chris, the Gonzalez family just updated, made another official statement on their Facebook page, and I can read it for you if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead.
It says, I would like to clarify a couple of things. We did talk to the prosecution on Friday about the possibility of a plea deal, and it was a hard no from our family. Sunday night, we received an email that sent us scrambling. We immediately jumped into panic mode and started making phone calls and sending emails. We met with the prosecution again today to reiterate our views on pushing for the death penalty. Unfortunately, all of our efforts did not matter. We did our best. We fought harder than anyone could ever imagine. Please do not argue or try to tell us that we should have done this or that. We gave it 200% for the last 2 years and 7 months. One day we will tell you all what we really have been through from day one. You will all be shocked. We have fought a long battle, but we lost the war. We did gain an army of love that we know will always stand by us. We have so much love for each and every one of you. You all gave us strength when we felt like we couldn't take another step. Called us off the ledge when we were ready to wave the white flag, and most importantly, prayed for us when we were in utter despair and hopelessness. So much love to all of you.
So they did they did have it, but it was only a few days.
Yeah.
So it must still felt a little blindsiding, right?
Well, it seemed like they broached the subject with them and they said, no, we're not into it. Sunday, they said, it sounded like they got an email Sunday that said, well, we're doing it. And They sounds like since yesterday they've been fighting it, and to no avail.
Well, remember, Chris, one of the things I said when you weren't on was that we had said from the beginning when someone said, why didn't he kill the 2 survivors? And I said, because he sees himself as the arbiter of who lives and who dies, like God. Well, the story ends with him arbitrating that he lives.
Yeah, and it's not over, because once social media, once everything, unless the judge orders it destroyed, then all of that stuff and evidence is going to be discoverable. And right now, all of the news agencies, the major news agencies, CNN, MSNBC, Dateline, 48 Hours, the lawyers are going to be there at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning saying, we want all that material at 2 o'clock Wednesday afternoon after he has signed the plea deal. And then it will just be sentencing. And once that happens, the judge is going to he's going to make a decision whether or not to release it or whether order it destroyed. I hope he orders it destroyed after reviewing what the family may or may not want to see or want to have. But I mean, we used to, whenever a case was adjudicated, and if it was a homicide case and it was unsolved, it never gets destroyed. It just stays into evidence. But once it is adjudicated, i.e., the suspect's been, sent to prison, they do one of two things. Depends on the size of the agency, and this agency is a very small agency. They don't have the storage facility to stick this stuff into storage forever, which other agencies would do just in case there was an appeal process. And so, once the case, once that judge signs that form that says, Mr. Kohberger, is this your signature? Yes, Your Honor. Do you plead? Yes. And then whatever type of plea it is, if it's, the type of plea where you have to say what you did, I forget the name of it off the top of my head. An alleged plea, I believe, is the name of it. You actually have to say what you did, kind of like Dennis. He's going to just give bits and pieces. He's not going to be as articulate as Dennis Rader. And then from there, he will go into the pit. They'll change his jumpsuit. He'll get a new color. He'll get a new number. And he'll be in DOC by the end of the week. But now all this other stuff, all this evidence, pictures, interviews, all the photographs, all of that stuff is going to be sitting. And the news is going to go, well, we want to see that, because now the gag order is no longer in effect. And we're going to file. Dateline NBC already got a lot. Can you imagine when people want to get the crime scene photos? Okay. There may be things in there that belong, the victim's clothing. If they were wearing clothing, it's all blood stained and blood soaked, so they probably won't be given that option. That stuff will be destroyed. But now the next big step here is for the judge to rule after he accepts the plea on where that evidence goes. And the state has to have a very firm understanding, and the defense has to have a firm understanding. And both sides have to stipulate to the fact that no, there's no way he's getting out of prison, ever. ever.
But Chris, what I predict based on experience is you're then going to see a process of mitigation. And the mitigation is going to be that there was the extenuating circumstance of him having a developmental disorder. And, that is a grounds for mitigating. I think
Well, then they won't destroy the evidence.
so that's why I think you're going to see mitigation. I mean, I could you imagine if they didn't? Of course they would, because he's been diagnosed with that by a professional, and the logic will be that it paves the way for him to receive a different kind of treatment in a prison setting. I mean, look, there are people authentically on the spectrum who get in trouble legally, and I mean they tend to be a fairly harmless population, but it sometimes happens. And
well, but that's already been argued by Ann Taylor, and the judge rejected the argument. So that's already on the record.
No. What I mean, there's a difference between a culpability related kind of thing and saying, look, you're innocent because you're mentally ill or something like that. You didn't know what you were doing. No, I'm talking about once you've pled guilty and now it's time for sentencing. Sometimes the sentence or the outcome can be reduced depending upon mitigating circumstances. So what I think is that there's going to be an attempt to mitigate by saying he has developmental disorder, and so perhaps he needs a different kind of a jail situation. There are some people that wind up remanded to psychiatric hospitals. Look at Ed Kemper.
Yeah, but hit with his plea deal to take the death penalty off the case. I think the state's going to tighten that up and say, look, there's going to be no other. I mean, look what we're already hearing, that if he accepts this deal and they take the death penalty off the case, he's also waiving his right for an appellate hearing. So I think it's also going to fall into this argument. I mean, the court's going to say, if this is a trick by Ann Taylor to try to, again, get past the death penalty and then now come back in with a curveball and say, oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, I want a mitigation hearing to establish his mental capacity and his culpability in relationship to where you're going to stick him in Department of Corrections. Yeah. I think Judge Hippler will blow a gasket.
But you can bet there'll be an attempt to do it.
I don't know. I think if she pulls that card again, based on what just happened, where he put in capital letters, all capital letters, denied, motion denied, and she threw everything, including the kitchen sink, at the court. And the court said, no, I'm not buying soggy bread tonight. And guess what? The store closes in 5 minutes. Okay. Attention Kmart shoppers, blue light special, aisle 4, Ann Taylor, except you. I really believe that's where the judge.
Well, the prosecution could get their own expert to combat the psychological interpretations that were made, particularly with regard to autism and so forth. But the thing is that if there is agreement that the person is indeed developmentally, on the spectrum, they probably are going to argue that he can't be in a general population situation, that he needs counseling, that he might need some kind of treatment, beyond that. And the fact is, if they determine that he really had it, yeah, they would make the case that he needs it. Just like, for example, if it's determined that somebody has schizophrenia, they would have to treat them during the time that they're in jail. So, but I think, because that there's an emphasis on the rights of the prisoner in our, what I'm saying? We live in a time when all of this is balanced, that kind of thing. And but it's an interesting point, Chris, about how the judge may say, I'm not interested,
I think, well, but here, like Julia said, there's a call coming in.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
and here's going to be the call. The impact statements of the families.
Right.
The impact statements of Steve, Christy, all the other family members who want to participate that judge is going to listen to those impact statements before he hears an argument from Ann Taylor that says, well, Your Honor, my guy really is, he's got these other problems, yada, yada. Therefore, I think you should, et cetera. Okay.
Right.
I think the judge, after he hears those impact statements, that the mitigation comes before the sentencing hearing. Yes, he goes to, it goes to all the doctors' probation. Everybody comes back with their own little reports and says, okay, well, here's what we think about this guy. Okay. But once that family member stands up and says, hey, I think it's game on with this judge. I know I could be wrong, but my experience tells me, being in the courtroom all the time, and you guys know what I do during the day, I think a judge is going to say, I ain't buying it, not selling it.
But Dr. Gary, what you're talking about like special, circumstances behind bars. You're not talking like if this plea deal goes through, obviously, this wouldn't have anything to do with him being eligible for parole or getting out.
No, we're not talking about a culpability.
Yeah,
thing.
you're just talking about
a situation where they may say,
right.
Perhaps he needs certain circumstances. Perhaps there should be a lessening of the intensity of the sentence. For example, in the state of Idaho under Atkins, if they were able to really show firmly that he had a developmental disorder, they would have to take execution off the table for that reason alone. And that's what baffled me about this whole thing, was that if they were confident that he was on the spectrum, they didn't need to cop a plea to spare him. They could have used the developmental disorder as a justification to take that off the table. That's why I think there's more to it. It has something to do with something else.
But wouldn't
like
that
collapsed, or that the judge cornered him or something. I think it's that they felt the judge left no alternative explanation to present to a jury.
But
so
wouldn't this be worked out in the plea deal?
Wouldn't it all be worked? I don't know the details of the plea deal. I only know that I'm trying to tell you that. Oh, hold on one second. Unfortunately, somebody is ringing the doorbell. I'll be right back.
Dr. Gary's getting his coffee.
Must be the parade going down 42nd Street. They're stopping by. I love Gary.
I'm telling you, I would think that even the mitigating factors would be worked out in the plea deal, but I guess I could be wrong.
Well, I agree with Kelly. Hippler already says, look, you just can't keep throwing spaghetti here. And that's the end of that. The mental stuff will receive consideration. I agree, but that will be for placement. What facilities do they put him in?
Yeah.
I'm imagining
Did you get a DoorDash?
You two made
no.
It was Chinese food.
I didn't make any joke at all.
You didn't make a joke.
She nailed it. She nailed it. Chinese food. You better read your
What was
fortune.
the question? Would you make a bet or something?
Egg drop soup.
We thought the parade was going by, and a couple of your customers were ringing your bell.
Oh,
it was your turn to lead.
But it turns out it's Chinese food. Where do you order? Do you want to give them a shout out? No, never
to
mind.
tell you the truth, I Googled Chinese food near me, and I called some place I didn't know, so I could look if you'd like. But the question you asked about the mitigation situation is that there's a very big difference between a situation where you're trying to say that somebody is not guilty by reason of insanity or something like that. We're not talking about that. We're talking about a situation where they're probably going to try to say he has a developmental disorder, and you have to understand his offense through that lens, and therefore there needs to be some lessening of the sentence, or he has to be put in some kind of treatment situation or isolated facility. I know that that's going to bother the general population hearing about that, but that's probably what they're going to do. And then you were asking, would that be part of the plea deal or whatever? I don't know. I haven't seen it. But I was suspicious that something like this was coming because, Chris, you remember when you had the show with Karen where you were showing Anne making requests for delays, and she mentioned needing time to think about mitigation. And I was sitting there thinking, why would you need time to plan out mitigation if you're not planning to say that you're guilty?
Yeah, no, you
And,
said that.
it makes no sense. So that's why, it started to look like this was coming down the pipe. But I really think what I was saying when the doorbell rang is that I really think the judge kind of cornered them because there were no options left to come up with an alternative explanation. They were like, oh, there were 4 other people that did it. Yeah, okay, next. Like that. What are you supposed to? You can't question anything. So that's why I said when you weren't on the show yet, I said I think when the family looks back, they're going to see that the change to Hitler was almost like he was like a guardian angel to them ultimately, because I think he is the reason you got this outcome. I mean, I know he's impartial and all that, but this could have been played very differently by a different judge, and he would not be here today. I think this guy would argue right until the last day that he was innocent. So don't you?
Well, Josh, what say you?
I mean, yes, and I think that's kind of what they were trying to do is string it along as far as they could until they got pushed into a corner, which they did. And his attorney's job for capital or a death sentence case is to save his life. It's not to I mean, if she could potentially get him off on some sort of technicality, which was what they were trying to do, then she would. However, I just don't. I think that he strung it along. She strung it along as far as she could, and then ultimately, at the end of the day, she did her job. Take that. However you feel about that, that's her job. And she did it.
Yeah, totally agree.
Now they can work out if he's going to eat vegan food or not in prison.
Well,
I think he's going to get vegan food in prison.
Yeah, fine. He's going to go to prison though. But I get it. I mean, and I understand why the people or why these deals are offered. But again, I believe there are other family members that didn't want the death penalty as well. Of the other children or other victims.
Ethan's parents didn't want it.
Correct. Yeah.
That's
So
what
I mean, I'm sure they take all that into consideration.
Maybe Xana's parents didn't want it.
Maybe.
We don't know.
And that's their right,
Yeah.
But Gonzalez family, they've been the most outspoken, and that's why we, talk about them. And I just happen to agree with them, but I do understand that not every family member was for the death penalty. So.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. I mean, I just think it's horrible that any of the families, and we've said this from day one on this show, that no family should ever have to experience what took place here. And I mean, it's just horrible. Do I think? Yeah, I do. Jetta girl. I think she advised him, but I think it's deeper than that. I think what Dr. Brucato was talking about was this idea that he wanted the bottom, or he wanted the last word, and he got it. And he got it. And now forever, he will hold on to that.
Mm-hmm.
He owns everything in his head right now.
Right. You didn't get me. I got me.
Right.
If I didn't do this, I would have gotten away with it. So now he could keep the illusion alive that if he had tried, he could have gotten away with it. That he still could have been the smartest person in the room. See, and he's going to get what he wants: attention, predictable, affection, being an object of interest, thinking he's intelligent. It's awful. But at the same time, I mean, what was the alternative?
Who buys a murder weapon with a credit card?
There are so many things he did that are stupid. I'm telling you, he is a cautionary tale in arrogance.
That's what I'm saying. He does well at like puzzles and probably Pictionary and stuff like that. I'm sure he's very smart. He could probably read a lot. His comprehension's great, but that, you know, overall, I mean, he was very sloppy. I mean, I remember talking about this case the day before he got arrested. I had noticed something, that there were no Crime Stopper, ads going on or anything like, hey, if you have any information about this, white car or anything. And I was thinking, I said, they must be zeroing in on somebody, because Idaho has a very active Crime Stoppers program. And there was never anything brought up by, asking Crime Stopper help. I believe once they threw the car out there, they were zeroing in on him. And I said that, and it was the night before he got arrested. I woke up the next morning and he was arrested. Come to find out, they'd been following him for weeks. They had been onto him for weeks. And so, he wasn't. And I remember people just like going, they don't know what they're doing. They don't, you remember all that. And, here we are today. Seemed like pretty good police work.
It's over now.
It's over.
Except for him.
Yep.
Except for him. Now he's going to take advantage of it.
Of course.
He's going to take it, and he's going to try to run as far as he can. And so we'll see what happens. And see what goes on.
That's right.
So are you guys ready? You guys have been here 4 hours. I'm going to go eat.
I am too. Dr. Gary is too.
Let me make sure I didn't miss somebody. Thank you, Eden. You're so kind.
I want you to know, Chris, that
Yeah.
when you sent me a text message that you want me to come on because of this, I was at a store purchasing a new mattress. And I was testing, laying on the mattress, and the phone is ringing, and the person who's selling me it, who had a very dense accent, I could feel that they were about to say, like a curse word, that I had to leave because of this. They were like this close to a sale. You know what I mean? I was all ready to buy, but it's hysterical. I was laying on it, looking at it, going, "This one's comfortable. This one's good on my back." And then you're like, "Here's the link. Come on, we've got this many number of views," and I was like, "Gotta go."
So you didn't buy the mattress?
No.
Oh, you got to buy it from that guy
From the lady,
or whoever it was. You got to go back and buy it from them.
Well, it just cracked me up. But the things I do for Chris, I dropped the whole thing. And
if it makes you feel any better,
yeah.
Years ago, when I was 19, I sold waterbeds.
Seriously?
I don't know if that makes him feel any better, but it makes me feel better.
Headboard, footboard, mattress liner, heater, strips, deck boards, and an algicide, and a standard pedestal. That I still remember.
Still remember the
5 steps to a sale: prospect, personalize, promote, create, and close.
It's like the Wolf of Wall Street.
I worked for Larson's Waterbeds, and man, I could sell waterbeds.
Did that make you feel any better, Dr. Gary?
Chris, you reminded me of. No, I'm going to age myself here, but do you remember years ago, McDonald's had a campaign where there was this long speech they would give about how they made the hamburger, and then you would get a record with your meal, a little vinyl record with your meal, and you played it, and if they completed the song on the record, you won millions of dollars, but usually they couldn't finish the song, and it was something like, "To all beef patty, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions, and a sesame bun." Remember that? And then they would sing it, and they kept messing it up, and so you threw the record out. I had mountains of those stupid things.
Did you?
Do you remember that? Do you remember that campaign?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I wonder if anybody. See people that do remember it.
I remember.
I bet you don't remember that, Josh.
No, I do. I'm a Big Mac fan.
You were how old were you?
I don't know.
3.
That was like 1987 or
Patty,
1988.
special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun.
Boom.
Well, they didn't say the seed, but the
Yeah,
rest
dude.
of it, yeah.
It was
You're
a
gonna
set.
argue with a Big Mac fan?
Yeah, dude.
That's
You know how
true.
many of those things I've housed over the years?
Boom.
But it
Slam
was
it.
a double Big Mac, right? It wasn't it.
Well, they're all doubles. They all have 2 patties.
Oh, is that 2 old beef
Oh.
patties, sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame bun, right? Isn't that it?
Wow.
Yeah, dude.
That's-
And a side of nuggets, please, with sweet and sour sauce.
I remember how to sing it. I actually
You know
remember
what?
the melody.
That you two,
I'm more of a-
you two better get evaluated. Okay.
Here,
Yeah.
Gary, you'll evaluate me. I'll evaluate you, and we'll see who does better.
And we'll sit there and go, "Where's the beef?"
Put you staring at each other going, no. You didn't know that song. You were 2. No, I knew it, Dr. Gary. I did. I don't know.
Love it. Anyway, enough. We needed a little levity at the end.
Absolutely.
But in all
And-
seriousness, I think, Chris, you were, knowing you were about to dedicate the episode to the victims and to draw our attention to that, because you always do. And I think it is so important. And to tell you the truth, part of me is happy that this Kohberger show is going to be over soon. And because I'm sick and tired of it. And the other thing is, how do I say this? I just hope the public leaves these families alone.
Yes.
I can just imagine the stupid phone calls and requests and interview requests and whatever. I mean, they're probably saying, "Could you leave us alone for 5 minutes?" Because you know what it is, Chris, I was saying when you weren't on, is that the one advantage of the lengthening of this process was that it allowed people to kind of put out of consciousness that this really happened. Now that the process is over, they have to go, they're really gone. You know what I mean?
And not well, you know how I feel about that kind of stuff. The reality of this stuff sets in so deep.
Oh yeah.
And today was an absolutely crazy day for the families and just for everybody. And we'll see what happens on Wednesday. Come on back on Wednesday, guys and gals. We're going to be here. We're going to cover that hearing for sure. I'm not going to miss that one. And we'd love to have you here. And we're so grateful, to Dr. Gary, to Josh, to Josh Ritter, who was here earlier, to Mike Karen, to Jeff Miller / Wood. He and all of you are great friends, but more importantly, you're great professionals, and you really do. I mean, Josh, you're a natural broadcaster. I mean, you've got this down pat.
Thank you.
And Gary, I can never say enough about you. If you've not bought his book, everybody, please get to Amazon, buy his book, The New Evil, Dr. Gary Brucato. And that's only one of many that he's got, cooking. And try to get us a gig at CrimeCon, would you? Somebody talk to those people down there. For some reason, I don't know who I ticked off, but I must have ticked off somebody.
No,
see.
not you.
I think Josh went on Linda's show.
Oh, did you go on Linda? It's
No, not this Josh, the other Josh, Josh Ritter.
Oh,
I
good.
think he's on Linda's show right now, right?
Josh Ritter's a great guy. He's an up and coming dude, man. He's
Yeah,
he's
he's
a
very
smart
bright. I
dude.
like him a lot. I
Yeah,
like
Josh, you should have him on
I
your
saw
channel.
the channel. Yeah, he's I
I'll
enjoy.
throw you his contact.
Yeah, sweet, awesome. Thank you.
I
All
like
right,
that
well,
he's
let's go.
the brother of the white hair. We've got the Anderson Cooper thing going on
He
with
looks slick.
with just the slick white hair. But in all seriousness, Chris, thanks for the invitation. Mattress be damned. And you know what? I really think that when everything settles down, maybe we'll wind up talking again to the families. And I'm proud of my association with you, because in the whole story of this, there are very few places where I think those people were given as safe of a harbor as they got here. I think you created an environment that had a supportive, supportive. And listen, we got our taste of being maligned, by people who supported this guy. And that's fine. It comes with the territory. But those families, people should be ashamed of themselves. And like I said, when this show started, there ought to be an apology train.
Yeah.
But it's not happening. These people that stretched reality into a pretzel and said that people, you're going to see, you idiot. When he walks, you're going to eat your words, accusing families.
Well, they've already started tonight.
Why? What are they saying?
No, I don't know what that. I guarantee you they've already started tonight.
Well, you'd have to be deluded at this point. The guy is admitting that he did it.
Yeah, they don't.
There you go.
So,
Gary, I don't understand. The person saying I did it. It's like,
Dr. Gary, you try and make sense out of nonsensical thinking for a living. And
I've forgotten that some things just don't make sense.
Don't try to blow out a light bulb.
Exactly right.
Right.
You
All
get
right.
people,
So, okay, final word.
Guys. Yeah.
Final word.
All
What
right.
do you call an alligator with a vest? An investigator.
all right.
God,
No,
that was the worst.
Go
But I love
eat your Chinese food. Everybody, thank you so much for being here tonight. We sure love you and appreciate you. Aloha.
An investigator.
he's
Let's
gonna
go to
run.
Hawaii.
He's
An
gonna run.
alligator with a vest. An investigator.
Thanks for
I'll
having me
talk
on,
to you guys
Chris.
later.
Dr. Gary.
All right,
talk to
love
you soon.
brother.
All right, love you too.
Subscribe over there to the lab. See you guys in a bit. Thank you for being with us and putting up with us. Aloha.
Bye-bye.
Hard working every day. I'm stressed out 24/7, babe. No timeouts. Wish we could fly away. You and I go to our favorite place. Oh yeah. Make special memories together. I'll be your company now and forever. I say we fly away. You and me go to our favorite place. Feeling the sun on my face in Hawaii. With you, Hawaii. With you, Hawaii. With you, Hawaii. I need a summer breeze, some fresh air to put my mind at ease. No cares. You wanna come with me? Me and you go to our favorite tree. Are you ready now? We jump on a plane now. We're taking away. Yeah, we're taking away. Don't hesitate now. We're taking away. Yeah, we're taking away. We'll never come down. We're going away. Yeah, we're going away. You and me. Feeling the sun on my face in a while.